All I ever wanted was a dog. That may be hard for some of you to believe, but it's true. Guess what my first word was? I'll give you one try, and here's the hint. It wasn't a cat. Now granted, I said doggy and not dog, but same difference. Yep, before saying mom or dad or Santa Claus or whatever it is that children say when they finally decided to move their mouths, I made it clear I was a dog person. Now here's the cruelty of it. My mother hated dogs. Wasn't her fault exactly. She'd been bitten as a kid by a golden retriever of all things. Yes, imagine Air Bud giving my poor sweet mother a lifelong terror of one of life's best creations. I asked her about it when I was older. She said it was a neglectful younger couple. Left their dog outside all the time for years on a small chain tied to a tree. I can understand why I was angry. That's not any life for a dog, especially something as smart as a golden. Well, one evening Mom was walking by. Maybe it wanted company because it snapped that leash off, ran right at her, and bit her on the ankle. She said it drew blood. Nothing terrible or anything, but it was enough to scar her for life. So anyway, you can imagine that my mom was less than thrilled by my first word. I mean, how does that even happen exactly? We didn't even have a dog. She'd never allowed dogs over. My mom couldn't figure it out. She must have racked her head good on that one. Eventually, she just defaulted to, must have left the TV on and some stupid dog movie was playing. Tell you the truth, though, I don't think that was it. I think it was something more. And I suppose that's where our story begins. Well, try as I might, I could not get Mom to let me have a dog. 3 times I tried to bring a dog home. Serious tries, at least. 7, if you count the more stupid ideas. And every time I brought one home, or tried to dog sit for a neighbor, or anything, Mom would freak out and say, absolutely not under any circumstances. And we'd stay mad at each other for exactly 24 hours. Not sure why it worked like that, but it did. Now, there are positives and negatives to childhood. Good things and bad. The good, you don't have to get a job, you don't have to worry about the stock market, and you don't have to show up to a job you hate 20 years in a row. You can play baseball outside as late as you want, go on adventures, not worry about a damn thing. But, and this is a big one, if your mom absolutely hates dogs, there is not a thing you can do about it. On May 20th, 2010, that all changed. I turned 18, and by 6 a.m., I'd packed my bags, thrown them into a rusty Ford Cavalier outside I got for $1,100, and was headed to the local animal shelter. Now, over the previous year, I had stopped by Angel's Animal Shelter no less than 19 times. I ended up getting a part-time job there, around visit number 6. Nothing glamorous, mostly cleaning cages, walking dogs, restocking food bins. Fred said if I was going to be haunting the place anyway, might as well get paid for it. So I did. I worked Saturdays and a few afternoons after school, just enough to keep gas in the Cavalier and my foot in the door. It was kind of torture though, because when I saw a dog I liked, what exactly could I do? I could just wait and wait. By now, I knew every face in the kennel, or at least I thought I did. Hey there, youngster. Fred grinned as I parked the Cavalier. Badly, I might add. Is it that time already? Man, a year flew by, huh? You kidding me? I began. This year was slow. Longest year of my life, I replied. Well, it's a good thing you're only 18 then, Fred grinned. You'll have longer years, trust me. Fred was average height, a little heavyset, looking to be going on, I think, 60. He was the owner, the manager, and janitor, and whatever else needed to be done in the place. We'd gotten along well from the start, and he knew today was going to be a challenge. Any newcomers? I asked. Fred shook his head, taking a sip of coffee from a world's best boss mug, which he most certainly got himself. Since 8 p.m. last night? No, I think not. If anyone knows this entire roster, it's you, kid. I nodded, deep in thought. Fred took out his Grateful Dead key loop, found the right one, and with a slow creak, the kennel door opened. We began our rounds. Well, border collie? Maybe. German shepherd? Maybe. You know which one? Maybe. Fred chuckled. I paced, looking through each door, and just then something strange happened. I heard a new bark. There was a room at the very end of the corridor. Storage, I thought. I'd never seen any dogs kept back there. But that bark definitely came from behind it. Hey, Frank, that come from that room way back there? No. You sure? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another dog in that back room, Frank. He sighed, pulled out his key ring again, and walked slowly towards the back room and the sound. There's something wrong with this one, he began. He can take a look, but we gotta put him down next week. Angriest animal I have ever seen. He bites someone? I asked, as Frank fiddled with his keychain, still searching. No, nothing like that. Damn thing just showed up here last week. Stood outside in the back lot and growled something terrible at everyone who came near it. Took damn near 3 hours, but I wrangled him in here. At least it wasn't far. Frank pushed the doorway open halfway, then paused. I am serious, kid. You can take a look and see for yourself, but you ain't getting this one. Angriest animal I have ever seen, and I have seen some doozies. Don't let anyone near it, so stay back, see for yourself, and... Before Frank could finish, I'd pushed the old steel door open the rest of the way, and taken a quick step in. Kinda dark in here now. Yeah, light's busted. I'm working on it, he replied. Taking another step forward, I saw a tall cage, floor to ceiling, about 4 feet in front of me, though I couldn't see anything inside. Having no fear of dogs and being curious, I quickly stepped forward, pressing my face near the bars of the cage. Hey, don't... Fred began, but it was too late. I had made a terrible mistake. The beast had taken that opportunity to rush forward out of the darkness, leap onto the bars of the cage where my face was, and lick me. I laughed. I'll be damned, Frank muttered. The beast paced the bars inside, gently whining as it looked up at me. A note closer. Hey, don't do that, Fred continued, but he was too late. It walked closer, put its paws against the bars, and licked my face again. I placed my hand on his head, rubbed it, and we just sat for a few moments. Oh, I don't get it, but you're still not keeping this thing. Not safe. What is he? I asked. I don't know. I had to guess, I'd say part German shepherd, part wolf. You can tell from the paws and the eyes. I continued to pet the thing. He'd laid down against the bars, put his head on the floor, and closed his eyes like he trusted me. Look, kid, doesn't matter if for some reason he likes you. You can't take this one. He's a mess, angry as hell, and according to Ordinance number 94, no citizen in Sheffield County can legally own a wolf. Well, I guess we're gonna have to keep it to ourselves then, I replied. And you don't even know for sure he's a wolf anyway. Kid, you aren't? All right, Fred, give me his papers. I'll take him, I said, cutting him off again as I rubbed the dog's head. Frank looked down at the floor and said, Your mother is gonna kill me. Now, my Uncle Todd had a small cabin down by the lake. Had been in the family for years, though I'd only been there once. It was an old, run-down place about 7 miles off the highway, but it had electricity, running water, and most importantly, I could have a dog. Todd said I could have the place as long as I liked, as long as I cleaned it up a bit, fixed a thing or two, and left it better off than when I'd found it. Fair enough, I thought. The beast, I still hadn't named him yet, sat upright in the back seat of my Cavalier, looking out at the trees and calm water of the lake as we passed. He didn't bark, didn't pant, didn't make a sound, actually. Just stared out the window in total silence. When we arrived at the cabin, it was late afternoon. I opened the car door to let him out, said, "Come on, boy." And that was that. He jumped out, licked the side of my pants, and was close by my side as I opened the trunk and got out supplies. A couple big jugs of water, just in case, a couple days worth of canned food and noodles. I forgot dog food, I said. "I guess you're eating noodles, dude." He seemed to be okay with that. I walked up the muddy drive and stepped onto the porch of the old cabin. "All right, come on, boy," I called. But he didn't move. He'd followed me thus far, but now he stood right at the precipice of the first wooden step, and he'd go no further. He growled up at me. No, not at me. At something behind me. It took some pushing and beef jerky, but I managed to get the dog inside, though he was not happy about it. We went through the old place together. I planned to stay here over the summer, so I wanted to take inventory. As I said, the cabin hadn't been used in years, and the more I went through it, the more I realized why. It started to rain around mid-afternoon. The droplets of water bouncing off the tin roof were calming, but they came with a problem. Leaks. A lot of leaks. 5, in fact, but fortunately my Uncle Todd had left a fair share of buckets, and it was easy enough to plop one under each drip. 2 in the kitchen, 1 in the guest bedroom directly onto the bed, which looked to have about 200 years of dust on the yellowed sheets, 1 in the living area directly in front of the fireplace, and 1 in the bathroom that fortunately happened to fall directly into the sink, saving me a bucket. If you've ever lived in a leaky house, it's not a nice feeling. Comes with constant vigilance, stress, and likely mold. But you get used to it after a while. It's always annoying, but I suppose it becomes less annoying. I don't know. What I do know is that the leaks weren't critical anymore. They were contained, and that was good enough for me. With the rain came the cold, but a few dry twigs, newspapers, an old log, and a box of matches, and we were off to the races. The fireplace in the main area roared to life, and I plopped down on the couch. The dog lay down between me and the fireplace and closed his eyes like this had always been his home. "Wolf," I said suddenly. He looked up at me. "You know, I have really been overthinking this. Your name should be Wolf." He turned his giant head sideways at me and thought, and then closed his eyes and turned back to the fireplace. He seemed to agree. Wolf it is. I shook out an old blanket, set it down on the old couch near Wolf, and we both drifted off to sleep. I awoke to a low growl, and it took me a moment to get my bearings. Right. Cabin, fireplace, Wolf. A flash of lightning, and then a low rumble lit up the cabin window above the porch. Wolf got up and trotted over cautiously to peer outside. Thunder. Louder this time. "What is it?" I asked him. He looked over at me, then quickly back out towards the storm. I was glad he was here. He didn't bark, didn't whine, just kept staring through the foggy glass into the rain. Another flash of lightning, and for half a second, I thought I saw something. Not movement, not a person, just a shape. Tall, upright, and then it was gone. I stood slowly, walked toward the window, leaned over Wolf to get a better look. Nothing. Just the tree swaying and the black lake beyond. "You saw something?" I asked him. He didn't move, but his ears twitched. And that's when I heard something. A thumping sound. It wasn't thunder. It came again 5 seconds later. Heavy, dull, like something dragging a tree trunk through mud. Not fast, not frantic, just deliberate. I reached over to the kitchen counter and clicked off the lantern, letting the room fall into shadow. Another flash of lightning, and this time I saw it clearly. Something stepped between two trees, maybe 20 yards from the porch. It moved on two legs, but it wasn't a person. It was hunched, long-armed, with something hanging off its back. Looked like fur. Its face. I couldn't see a face. Just blank. Like the skin didn't fold right. Like it'd been pulled tight over something it didn't belong to. Wolf growled low. I moved to the fireplace and picked up one of the tools. It wasn't much, but it was solid, and it felt better than standing there with empty hands. I could see the creature take a step closer. I couldn't see it clearly anymore, but I heard it. Mud sucking underfoot. Something heavy brushing past low-hanging branches. And then I heard it on the porch. Wolf stood. His fur bristled down his spine. Something touched the doorknob. I tightened my grip and backed slowly toward the hallway. The knob began to turn. Left, right. And then it stopped. Silence. I held my breath. Wolf let out a low, vibrating growl, his body stiffening like a statue. And then, the front door slammed open so hard it cracked against the wall behind it. Wind burst in, flinging leaves, dirt, and rain in the cabin. And standing in the doorway, framed by lightning and the dark trees behind it, was this thing. Its head tilted sideways, like it was trying to understand what it was looking at. Wolf lunged and crashed into its legs with a snarl, driving it back onto the porch. The thing shrieked like metal shearing against glass, and they tumbled into the rain. Wolf bit into its arm, shaking with everything he had. The creature slammed him against the ground once and then twice, and Wolf yelped but didn't let go. I raised the fireplace poker, stepped into the rain, and it looked at me. It didn't have eyes. It let go of Wolf and took one step toward me, and I swung as hard as I could. It connected with a wet crack, like hitting soaked leather. The thing barely flinched. It swiped back, claws cutting through my shirt, slicing near my ribs. I stumbled back into the doorway and hit the floor hard. Wolf hit it again, this time going for the legs. It hissed, and then it was just gone. The whole thing was maybe 30 seconds. I lay there, blinking upwards, rain dripping down my face. Wolf came and sat next to me, panting, soaked, shaking. I put my hand on his back. The fire was still crackling inside, barely. I didn't speak. The fire crackled low. Rain tapped against the walls like fingers drumming in thought. Then Wolf shifted. He let out a soft grunt and tried to stand, but his back leg buckled halfway. He yelped and dropped back down, panting hard. I moved to him quickly. Easy, buddy. That leg, his rear right, was already swelling. 3 long scratches trailed down his thigh, angry and red. He hadn't let on before, hadn't made a sound. Tough dog. But now, it wasn't walking far. I looked at the door, then at the window. The rain outside had turned to a sideways sheet, streaking past in waves. Thunder rumbled again, more distant this time. All right, we're not waiting around, I said aloud, more to myself than to him. I grabbed my keys, slung on a soaked hoodie, and looked over my shoulder. All right, come on, we're getting out of here. Wolf stood slowly, limped towards the door. I opened it, helped him down the steps. The wind shoved at us, rain slapping my face so hard I could barely keep my eyes open. The car sat where I left it, half sunk into the mud and gravel. I yanked open the back door and patted the seat. Okay, in. Wolf hesitated, then climbed in awkwardly, curling against the fabric with a low whine. I slammed the door and got in the driver's side. Keys in. Deep breath. No turnover. I twisted the key again. Dash lights flickered, then died. Come on. Nothing. No engine. Just rain. I shoved the door open and popped the hood, storm punching me in the chest as I stumbled to the front. Lifted it. The engine was soaked and cold, and the wires, they were shredded. The harness had been torn apart like spaghetti, gnawed through. Not clean, not like a knife. This was claws or teeth. Shit, I whispered. The rain was getting heavier. I could barely hear my own breathing. I looked around, and nothing but black trees and water. Something had been here. Maybe it was still here. I dropped the hood, hard, got back in the car, with Wolf watching me, his breathing shallow. It's no good. We're not going anywhere, I said. I looked at his leg again. There was no way we'd make a hike in this weather. I could see barely 5 feet ahead. Slippery rock trails, flooded gullies, branches falling left and right. And I wasn't leaving him behind. That wasn't even an option. I reached over, scratched his head once, then quickly opened the door again. All right, come on, back inside. We limped together slowly to the cabin, soaked to the bone. My clothes clung cold and heavy. Wolf slipped once on the porch step, whined, but kept moving. I shut the door behind us and threw the latch. The inside felt warmer somehow. Still awful, still terrifying, but less exposed. Okay. All right, we're staying. The front door was cracked where it slammed open. I touched the frame, splintered. One hinge loose. It would barely hold another hit. So I started barricading. Old dresser, flipped and shoved against the door. Coffee table on its side. The couch dragged in from the corner. Anything heavy I could move with my own 2 hands got stacked, wedged, or leaned. The window was worse. Glass shattered. Frame bowed. I tore down an old cabinet door from the kitchen wall and nailed it over the hole with bent nails and a hammer I found in a drawer. Not airtight, but hopefully enough to slow something down. Thunder rolled again, closer this time. I found another blanket and tossed it over Wolf. He licked his paw, but didn't protest. I looked at the fireplace. The flames were dying. Good, I thought. Let it go dark. Let it think we'd left. I sank to the floor next to him, back against the couch. My breath came slow, controlled. I could hear the wind press against the outside walls, hear the trees groaning in the storm. Every now and then, I thought I heard a footstep. Hopefully that was just the house settling. But maybe not. I didn't say anything else. We just waited. The storm raged against the walls like it wanted in. Wind pushed and howled through the gaps in the window frame, slapping rain sideways into the boards I'd hastily nailed up. The fire was down to embers. I left it that way. No need to advertise we were still in here. Wolf lay beside me, one leg tucked awkwardly under him, chest rising and falling in steady, shallow breaths. Every so often, his ears twitched, and his eyes flicked toward the walls. He wasn't sleeping tonight. Neither was I. And then came a new sound. Not thunder, not wind. Scraping. I froze. Wolf's head shot up. It was coming from the back of the cabin, low, dragging, just beneath the floorboards. The crawl space. Shit, I whispered. I stood slowly and crossed to the kitchen. Wolf tried to follow, but stumbled. I motioned him to stay. The sound continued, deliberate and slow. The back of the cabin had an old cellar-style trap hatch led to the crawl space. I hadn't thought to check it earlier. I didn't even know if it was still latched. Apparently, the thing did. I stepped into the narrow hallway that led to the back door. The sound was louder here, right beneath my boots. My breath fogged in front of me. Another scrape, then a creak. Wood flexing. I bolted to the end of the hall, threw open the narrow supply closet, and found the cellar latch inside. It was shifting. The hook lock, rusted and old, was bending outward. Something was pushing up from beneath. I slammed the closet shut, shoved my back against it, and screamed for Wolf. He limped into view just as I spotted a hammer and a box of nails on the counter. I grabbed both and drove 2 nails straight through the door frame and into the closet. And then the noise stopped. Silence. Just the sound of our breathing. And then headlights. Blue and red. I blinked hard, heart still racing. A cop car was pulling slowly up the muddy road, tires hissing through puddles. Its spotlight hit the front of the cabin, lighting up the entire porch in harsh white glare. Wolf growled, not as deep as before, more confused. I moved to the front window, careful not to step in the broken glass, and peeked through a crack in the boards. The cruiser rolled to a stop, and the driver's door opened. A man stepped out, mid-50s, stocky, one hand resting on his duty belt. He squinted at the cabin and pulled up his collar against the rain. "Hey, anyone in there?" he called. I looked at Wolf. He stared at me like he knew better. I opened the door anyway. "Hey," I called. "Don't come closer." The cop froze on the porch, hand moving instinctively to his sidearm. "Excuse me?" I live here. My uncle owns this place. Listen, there's something out there. You need to get back in your car and..." All right. Look, this property's been listed vacant for years, kid. I know. Look, I can explain this later, okay? Right now, we need to go. There's something out here. It's not a person, okay? It's not... His expression shifted, eyes narrowing. He took a slow step forward. You say there's something out here?" And then, in the flash of a lightning bolt, It was behind him. The creature stepped out of the woods like it'd been waiting for the cue. No growl, no screech, just fast. Its long arms reached around the cop's shoulders before he could even turn. Behind you, I said. But it was too late. It twisted. The cop's head turned too far, too fast, until it detached completely with a snap, and it thudded against the wet grass. I screamed. Wolf barked sharply behind me. The creature dropped the body like trash and raised its head, that blank, eyeless face locking onto me. I slammed the door and drove the last 2 nails I had into the frame with shaking hands. Wolf limped beside me, fur standing on end, growling low and constant. Outside, the radio from the cruiser crackled to life.
Unit 12, come in.
A wet, dragging sound passed across the porch. Then silence. Wolf and I backed away from the door, side by side, until our backs hit the far wall. The flashing lights still painted the walls in red and blue, but there was no one left inside that car. The radio kept crackling.
Unit 12, are you there?
Static.
Confirm status, copy.
I stood frozen, backed in the door. Wolf was beside me, growling low. The cabin felt too small now, too quiet. The kind of quiet that comes right before something bad happens. But there was one chance. The cruiser was still there. Lights still flashing, engine still running. I looked over at Wolf. He looked back, chest still heaving. Hurt, but he was alert. He was waiting for my move. I didn't speak. I just moved fast. I ripped the couch aside, shoved the dresser back just enough to squeeze through, and flung the door open. Rain poured in instantly, cold and blinding. But there was no sign of a thing. The porch was empty. The trees beyond were still. Okay, let's go. Wolf limped after me and down the steps, his good legs doing most of the work. I half ran, half slid through the mud toward the cruiser. Halfway there, I looked left. Movement. The creature was circling the house, slow and hunched, dragging its claws through the dirt like it was drawing something. It saw me, and then it charged. I yanked the cruiser door open and threw myself inside. The keys were still in. Engine purring. The moment I hit the seat, I slammed the lock button. Come on, come on. I reached over and opened the passenger door. Wolf scrambled in, whimpering, and collapsed on the seat. The thing hit the hood hard. Its body cracked the windshield, claws slamming against the glass. I could see its face now, eyeless, wet. It crawled halfway up the roof, thudding as it went. I slammed it into reverse and hit the gas. The cruiser peeled backward, tires splitting mud and gravel. The creature slipped off the roof and rolled to the ground in front of the porch, and I shifted into drive. And then I floored it. The car roared forward, and just as the thing started to rise, we hit it head on. It rolled over the roof with a deep thump, then vanished behind us in the side mirror. I didn't stop, didn't look back. The road was a blur of trees and mud. Branches slapped the windshield. The car fishtailed on a tight curve, but I held steady. Wolf was panting beside me, bleeding on the seat, his eyes locked on the road ahead. The rain finally started to break. The sky lightened just a little. Not dawn, but less dark. I didn't speak. I just drove. And behind us, somewhere deep in those woods, something screamed. Not like a person, not like any animal I'd ever heard. Just one long, violent wail that rose and broke apart in the trees. We drove straight to the nearest sheriff's station. Took almost an hour. I was soaked, bleeding, half in shock. Wolf was curled up, silent the whole way. When we got there, I told them everything. Well, almost everything. They asked about the cruiser, the blood, the missing deputy. I gave them what I could. They looked at me like I was nuts, but they still sent 3 cars out to that cabin. They found the house, the broken window, the claw marks on the door. They even found drag marks near the porch. But they didn't find the cop's body. Not a single trace of him. They questioned me for hours. And then they just let me go. Told me to stay close and call if I remembered anything. I didn't. I didn't go back to the cabin. I never will. But I think about it sometimes. About that night. About whatever that was out there in the storm. And about Wolf. He's still here. He's older now. Still limps sometimes, but he sleeps beside my bed, and whenever thunder rolls in, he gets up, faces the window, and looks out into the storm like he's waiting for something. My name is Jack. I'm a volunteer ranger stationed out in a nowhere patch of Appalachia the map doesn't bother labeling. If you think that sounds like a noble job, you've never done it. Most days, I sit in a crooked wooden chair on the front porch of a government-funded shack that smells like old boots and scorched coffee. I watch trees sway and make sure no idiot tourist stumbles into something they won't come back from. Technically, I'm not supposed to be here. Or anywhere outside a concrete cell, if you go by my original sentencing. Got 5 years for robbery. No gun, no hostages, just bad choices and a friend with worse ideas. The judge called me a cautionary tale. Said I should use the time to think real hard about who I want to be. The Institute gave me an alternative. They needed bodies out in the red zones, and I had the right mix of dumb and desperate. Traded prison bars for ranger greens, and here I am. The cabin's got power. Barely. Coffee runs 24/7 from a cracked percolator with a mean streak. We've got a working radio, some old maps, and a corkboard full of tacks and yarn lines that don't make sense unless you have been here a long time. A delivery guy from the valley brings us pizza when the road's clear. The place that hired me doesn't advertise when it needs somebody. Apparently, they call it the Institute. Never heard of it. But it exists. And out here, it's the only reason the mountains haven't swallowed the town's whole. People don't know it. But monsters are real. Not movie monsters with catchphrases and theme music. Real ones. The kind with too many joints in the wrong places. Or no face. They live past the fog line, and they don't like being watched. Me and Roger, we're what you get before the real hunters show up. We tag the creatures when we can, track migration patterns, warn hikers off with fake trail closures and wildlife signs. Every now and then, we radio it in, and somebody with better weapons and worse bedside manner comes through to clean up. Roger's my supervisor. Older than dirt, just as bad-tempered. Been doing this job since before I was born, I think. He knows all the rules, including the ones they don't write down anymore. Talks like someone filed his voice with a rasp and then glued it back together wrong. He's got one hip that clicks when he walks, and a theory about how all pizza went downhill after 1998. We fight about toppings more than protocol. But he's decent. Calls me son sometimes without meaning to, and I don't correct him. Roger's name isn't on the door, but it might as well be. He's been running this outpost longer than some of the trees have been standing. First time I met him, he told me two things. 1, coffee's always free. And 2, he doesn't tolerate whining, and I respect that. He's in his 50s, looks older though. Acts younger. Walks with a limp from a bad fall in the 90s, but still hikes faster than I do on a good day. Keeps a radio clipped to his belt like it's part of his body. Doesn't use it unless he has to. He believes in eyes, not electronics. He doesn't smile much. His laugh sounds like gravel getting dragged across concrete. He chews mints instead of smoking, drinks coffee black as tar, and still reads printed reports even though I keep showing him how the tablet works. Calls it witchcraft and goes back to his clipboard. Despite all that, he is very sharp. Sharp enough to train rookies, fix a busted perimeter alarm, and tell the difference between a bobcat and a monster by the spacing in the tracks. He's been with the Institute since before they were official. He calls it the job, like it's the only one that's ever mattered. I guess for him it is. Speaking of, the Institute is a lot more widespread than I initially thought it was. Most people just don't know it exists. Started quiet. Small teams, scattered bases, all operating in secret. The kind of secret where if you know about it, you're either part of it or something's gone very, very wrong. These days, it's a little more organized. Still hidden, still serious, but there's structure now. Divisions, clearance levels, training manuals. Still, no public website or HR department, but that's not the kind of place this is. Their job, and now ours, is simple in theory. Keep the monsters out of sight and the public out of danger. They don't hunt every creature. Not all of them are hostile. Some are just, well, displaced, migrating, lost. But the dangerous ones, the ones that take, twist, feed, those get flagged. And more often than not, they get put down. We're not hunters, not officially. Me and Roger, we're field rangers. That means we're the first boots on the ground when something moves weird in the woods. We track signs, we check cameras, we make notes on migration patterns, nesting spots, and energy shifts. We set markers, update maps, log disturbances. If something crosses the fog line that shouldn't be there, we call it in. And yeah, that's the job, you know? Surveillance, containment, prevention. Most days are boring. Wake up, drink stale coffee, check the perimeter. Then we go through our rounds, walking the trails, reading data from motion sensors, and replacing broken camo netting. If it rained, we look for unusual tracks. If it didn't, we check for dried ones. Once in a while, we find something worth calling in. A deep gouge in a tree trunk too high for a bear. A pile of feathers arranged in a spiral. Missing hikers found in a ditch with all their blood drained and only their index finger missing. Those are the busy days, the bad days. Our cabin's small. One long room with bunks and a heater that clicks when it's cold. A shared bathroom. A common area with the usual maps, files, old trail guides, a beat-up first aid kit. We've got a backup generator, but the power grid out here's good enough most weeks. No Wi-Fi, just a landline that goes straight to the regional field office and a shortwave radio for backup. There's a porch with a lookout scope and a rusted bench that creaks when you sit on it. The view's good. On a clear day, you can see down into the red zone. The trees don't look different from here, but we know better. I've learned to listen to Roger. He says if the birds go quiet too fast, pack up and leave. If your flashlight flickers when the batteries are new, leave it behind. And if you find footprints with toes pointing backward, don't follow them. I started writing this down to make sense of things. Not for a book deal or some report to hand in, just for me. The days, they blend out here. The rules are strange. Sometimes you need to see the words to believe the memories are real. I figured if I kept it all in my head, it'd rot there. So this is my journal now. A way to track what's happened, what I've seen, what I still don't understand. I've got stories, plenty of them. Some I wish I didn't. But they're mine. And if I don't write them down, no one will. My name is Jack, and I'm a volunteer ranger in the Appalachia. These are my stories. Alright, story number 1. I remember the first time I ever saw a monster. A real monster. You never forget the first time you see one. Mine was a ridgeback crawler. Long as a sedan, maybe longer. Skin looked like wet bark, like something peeled off a tree and left out too long in the rain. Didn't move right. All bent limbs and slow shifts. We found it early one morning, about a mile off trail. A storm had come through the night before, knocked over half the ridge. Trees down everywhere. Mud thick enough to eat your boots. Roger spotted it first. We were cutting through a narrow path when he stopped short, held a hand up. "Don't move," he said. I followed his line of sight. At first, all I saw was a mess of roots and broken branches. Then I noticed something wedged under a fallen pine. It twitched. It made a sound. Low, hurt. Not like an animal, not quite. Closer to a pressure valve trying to release. Then it opened its eyes. Yellow, no pupils. They didn't blink, just stared, slow and wide. "What is that?" I asked. Roger squatted near it, careful to keep his weight back. "That's a crawler. Ridgeback, by the look of it," he said. It tried to pull itself free, but the tree was too heavy. Its back was arched wrong, like the weight had cracked something inside. I took a step closer, hand on the sidearm the Institute issued me. "Don't shoot it," Roger said without even looking at me. "It's moving," I replied. "It's dying, and the Institute doesn't pay for panic fire," he replied. I kept my hand on the grip, but I didn't pull it. The monster stared at us as a thick black liquid leaked from its mouth. The smell was awful. Part roadkill, part gasoline. "What's it doing here? Aren't they supposed to stay north?" I asked. Roger nodded. "Yeah, usually. But things have been drifting lately. Same reason we had trolls show up east last season." He stepped back and dug into his pack, pulled out a small leather-bound book with a rubber band around it, tossed it to me. "Here, catch." I opened it. The pages were water-warped and dog-eared, notes scribbled in pen and pencil, some in different handwriting. Rough sketches, field notes, little maps. It looked like a monster hunter's Bible, except beat to hell and probably older than me. "This yours?" I asked. He shook his head. "It used to be mine. Belonged to a hunter before that, and another before her. And now it's yours." I flipped through it. Everything was categorized by region: northern woods, valley basin, river caves. Each section had entries for known monsters. Some just had a name and a one-line warning. Others had paragraphs, full reports. The Ridgeback crawler was in there, sketched sideways with a red X across the spine. I ran my finger down the list. Says they don't usually travel solo, I said. They don't. So it's best we get a move on, he replied. I tore a fresh page from the back of the book, flipped to the crawler entry, and began writing. Added the time, location, condition, behavior. Then I sketched the angle it was trapped at, just rough lines, penciled in notes about the fluid leaking from its mouth. We radioed it in once we were sure it wasn't going anywhere. The Institute sent a tagging team the next morning. 3 guys in sealed suits with tranquilizers, scanners, and a truck built like a mobile freezer. They didn't talk much, just tagged it, logged the location, and hauled it off under heavy restraints. I learned a lot more about monsters after that. Crawlers especially. You see, crawlers don't kill clean. They don't go for the throat like a wolf or crush like a bear. They take their time. They drag. They break joints first. They move fast when they want to, low to the ground, all elbows and speed. They'll scale trees to wait, drop on you from above, or slither under brush for hours without making a single sound. You don't hear them until they're already touching you. Roger once told me a crawler wiped out a whole trail crew on the North Line. 5 guys. 2 of them had sidearms. None of them got a shot off. Not a single shot. When the Institute arrived, they found dead bodies littering the ridge like a massacred campsite. One crawler was hard to deal with, but they rarely traveled solo. They were pack monsters, and pack monsters could devastate entire towns if they wanted to. Back at the cabin that night, I flipped through the rest of the guide. Trolls to the east, like he said. Big things, slow but mean. There were entries marked with dates, like incident reports. One from 5 years ago. Troll, 10 foot, spotted East Ridge. Took dog. Avoid tree lines after dusk. Another from last fall. Smaller troll, newborn maybe. Watched from the hill, didn't engage. Other pages had more scribbles than sentences. One just read, "Do not talk near the old quarry." Wakes him up. "Hey Roger, how many types are these?" I asked. He was at the table boiling water for instant noodles. Too many. The mountains hide things the cities don't believe in. You will run into crawlers, trolls, goblins, maybe even a snatcher if you're unlucky." "Snatchers?" I asked. "Yeah, they drag folks off and leave your clothes folded behind. Usually stay deep valley. You'll know 'em if you hear the clicking," he said without looking up. I flipped to a page that just said Snatcher in big letters. No notes, no drawing, just blank space underneath. "Not a lot of info on this one," I said. "Because the ones who get close don't usually come back to describe anything," he replied. Fair enough. I started updating the guide with a fresh pencil, fixed some of the faded entries, cleaned up the sketch of the crawler, added today's date and location, and then I added a note. Observed crawler alone, no visible wounds beyond crush damage. Smelled like rot and fuel. Roger leaned over my shoulder at some point, watching me write. "You take neat notes for a convict," he said. I didn't bother replying. After a while, he pulled up a chair and sat across from me. They all hunt for food, you know. Every single one of them. Even trolls? I replied. Especially trolls. Flesh is flesh. And once they get a taste for human, they always come back. Doesn't matter how far they wander. Why us, though? He shrugged at that. They like the taste? Easy prey. He stirred his noodles and kept talking. You ever notice how we walk through the woods with our heads down? Youngsters looking at their phones, snapping pictures. That's why they hunt us. We don't look up. We're never aware of where we are. Our survival instincts are pretty low for a species as a whole, nowadays especially. He explained. I didn't say anything, just wrote it down. When I looked up again, Roger had gone quiet. He was staring out the window with that long, empty stare he gets sometimes. The kind that tells you he's seeing something you don't. I put the guidebook away and sat back. Outside, the wind moved through the trees slow and steady. I remember thinking it sounded like something big breathing down on us. Story 2. Well, that was the story about the first time I saw a monster. Saw plenty more after that, but crawlers will always be burned into my brain. After that, Roger figured it was time to earn my stripes. Seeing one is one thing. Getting close enough to touch one, that's a whole different game. And that brings me to the first time I had to tag a monster. Tagging is the most important part of the job, even if it's the part nobody brags about. It's not glamorous, it's not heroic. It's crawling through dirt and praying whatever you're tracking doesn't suddenly decide it's hungry. The Institute keeps files on every monster they know about. Species, habits, sightings, behavior shifts. But that data doesn't just appear. Somebody has to gather it. That's where we come in. Rangers, tour guides, whatever name they give us, it doesn't matter. We're the ones out here tagging things, while the lab coats stay warm and dry back at the base. Sometimes the rookie hunters get sent out here for tagging too. But those guys are the firepower. Guys like me are the taggers. The job means getting very close. Close enough to identify the species, slap on a tracker, and get out without losing your face. The Institute sorts the monsters by color code. Blue for docile, harmless unless provoked, like fairies, mermaids, and a few species of giants. Yellow for unpredictable. Mood can shift fast, and they tend to break patterns, like goblins who can be bargained with, or witches, and some species of ogre. Red is for hostile. If you see one, you probably don't walk away from it. These are the vampires and most giant sea monsters. My first tag was a code yellow, a mossback. Ugly thing. Walk like a deer that had never figured out how legs were supposed to bend. Looked like driftwood covered in moss, with patches of fungus stuck along its sides. Almost beautiful if you didn't know what it was. We found it under a covered bridge 2 valleys west of camp. Locals had reported weird smells and animal bones showing up near the water. The Institute flagged it for survey, and Roger brought me along. Well, you're up. Think of it like tagging a cow, but the cow might decide to rip your face off, he said, sliding the tracker into my hand. We waited until sundown. Mossbacks are nocturnal, and they like tight spaces, places that echo. Bridges are perfect for that. Sure enough, just past dark, we spotted it, crawling up the riverbed like it owned the place. 4 legs, low to the ground, didn't make a sound. Roger kept watch from the road, rifle across his lap. I slid down the embankment and crawled under the bridge. My hands sank into wet mud, but I didn't stop. I kept low, moving slow, till I was about 20 feet away. Then 10. And the smell hit me first. And it was like pond water and rot. Then it turned its head, and I saw the thing grafted into its neck. A human jaw. Not bone. Flesh. Still damp. Looked like it'd been chewed and stuck there like some kind of prize. I don't know if it was part of the creature or just something I'd taken from a body. The Institute still doesn't know if mossbacks mutate from eating too many human parts, or if they're just born like that. I held my breath, leaned in, and slapped the tracker just behind the front leg. It twitched but didn't bolt. I hit it with a light sedative, enough to make it sluggish, not enough to knock it out. Roger's voice came over the radio.
All right, tag clean, time to go.
I backed out slow, boots sinking into the bank, and didn't stand up until I was back on the trail. We called it in, and the Institute sent a retrieval crew. They said the tag took, said the readings looked strange but consistent. I didn't ask what that meant. Roger handed me a clipboard and said, "Congratulations. You've officially poked something dangerous and lived to log it." That was my first tag. I have done, dozens since. But that one sticks. The way it looked at me when I moved. Like it didn't care what I was. Just wondered how long I'd last if it felt like chewing. Alright, story number 3. The first time I met a hunter, I didn't even know what I was looking at. Up until then, hunters were a line item in the Ranger's handbook. I'd heard the name tossed around by Roger and a few other field guys. Always said in that way people talk about someone they both respect and fear, like myth wrapped in denim or old leather. But this guy just walked in off the trail one day like he was lost, and nothing about what happened after that felt normal. We were about halfway through our second shift when a call came in. Family reported missing kid on the Ridge Trail, 9 years old. Kid's name was Jameson. One minute he's picking flowers, next minute he's gone. Happens out here sometimes. Not always because of monsters either. But this one felt different. Roger and I were first to the scene. The parents were already at the station when we got there. Crying, shaking, barely keeping it together. Mom kept repeating the same thing over and over again. "It took him. I saw it. It took him." When I asked what it was, the dad said the thing looked like a tree with arms, bigger than any man, probably 7 feet tall, and didn't respond to noise when the dad tried chasing after his kid. I exchanged a look with Roger, and he didn't have to say anything. I knew he was thinking troll. That was the part that didn't sit right. Trolls weren't supposed to be in these woods. Not this deep in Appalachia. Not this season. Then the door opened, and in walked a guy I'd never seen before. Didn't look like much. Rough around the edges, pack slung across his shoulder. But there was a calm about him that didn't match the chaos in the room. Most people walk into a station mid-crisis and ask what's going on. This guy walked in like he already knew. Roger recognized him instantly. "Carver, didn't expect to see you here," he said. Carver nodded like this was just another Tuesday. He mentioned that he'd been passing through and asked what was going on. Roger gave him the quick rundown. The kid, the trail, the description. Carver barely reacted, just listened. When Roger finished, Carver stared at the floor tile for a second, did some kind of mental math, then said, "Show me the trail." I watched him disappear into the trees with one of our senior rangers. I didn't go with him, wasn't cleared, and Roger told me to stay behind. But I couldn't stop thinking about that guy. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, and he definitely didn't look like someone doing this for the first time. They came back hours later, and Carver was carrying the kid. He walked out of the woods like it was nothing. The kid, Jameson, was covered in mud, eyes wide, arms locked around the man's neck like he was holding on to the last safe thing in the world. Behind them, the wind kicked up like something had been left behind, and didn't like it. Carver didn't say much when he got back, just handed the kid over to the parents, gave Roger a quick debrief, then stepped aside and started packing up his gear. I walked over to him. Had to. "You're a hunter?" I asked. He looked over at me, mumbled a half answer that made it obvious he wanted to get going. I wanted to ask more. How he found the kid, what happened in the woods. But something in his face told me not to. Not right now. Roger came over, clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Jack, meet Sam Carver. Been doing this longer than most of us have had radios." Carver nodded at me, then kept packing. Later that night, Roger told me what really happened out there. Said Carver tracked the troll solo. No backup. Followed it into the woods until he found the pit where it stashed the boy. He used a flare and a net lined with wolf's bane to disorient it. Got the kid out, tagged the creature, and walked home. And the part that really stuck, he wasn't even assigned to the case. Just stumbled on it. Stepped in because he could. "Isn't that against protocol?" I asked. Roger grunted. "Yeah, that's Carver for you." A few weeks later, the Institute sent out a memo. Not to us directly, but we heard about it. Said something about cross-regional movement. Creatures migrating into areas they hadn't been seen in for decades. Trolls, crawlers, worse. I asked Roger what that meant. He looked tired when he answered. Means the maps we've been working off are useless. Means the job just got harder." I sat with that for a long time. Something within the region was changing, and we were going to feel the effects of it sooner rather than later. Story 4. The thing about meeting a real hunter like Carver is that it changes your idea of what bravery looks like. The guy walked into the woods alone, came back with a kid. He had no backup, but never panicked. I had met some tough men during my time behind bars, but this was different. So naturally, I figured the next time something went wrong, the Institute would send another Carver, or someone like him. They didn't, because I got there first. We were assigned to clear the South Ridge Trail. Easy job on paper. Some school had a field trip out in the hills, and our job was to walk the perimeter, check for any weird signs, then stay out of the way unless someone wandered too close to the wrong tree line. Babysitting duty, as Roger called it. It was calm at first. Blue skies, bugs buzzing, group of fourth graders getting excited about moss. I was halfway through sipping my third cup of cold coffee when we got the call over the radio.
Unit 7, we got a missing kid.
The static radio said. Roger stiffened. "Copy. Last known location?" Roger asked.
Yeah, marked by the big rock near Cooper's Ridge. He was with his group 1 second and gone the next,"
the voice on the radio said. We didn't waste time. Cooper's wasn't on the map anymore. It had been removed years ago. Too many sightings. Too much bad luck. The kind of place we usually tag with red string and avoid mentioning in casual conversation. Roger called it in. Protocol says you report missing minors near a red zone immediately, and wait for the Institute team to arrive. They told us to sit tight. Help was 20 minutes out. I looked at Roger. He looked back. "You're thinking about it, aren't you?" he said. "He's a kid?" He nodded at that. "All right, I'll cover you from the ridge. Take a flare." The trail down was narrow and steep. Lots of roots. Lots of places to fall if you didn't know where your feet were going. I found him crouched behind a rotting log, hugging his knees, shaking hard enough to rattle. He looked up when he heard me. His face was wet with tears and mud. "Hey, kid, you're safe. Come on," I said. Then I saw it. Behind him, crouched low, a dark thing with long, jointed limbs and no neck. The skin looked oily, stretched too tight. Its elbows were wrong, too many of them, bent in ways that didn't follow any kind of anatomy I knew. It hadn't noticed me yet, but it was breathing. I didn't have time to think. I pulled the flare from my belt, snapped the cap off, and lit it with my glove. It flared bright red in the dim gulch light. The thing screeched, reared back, eyes flaring white as it tried to shield its face. And I didn't wait to see if it worked. I grabbed the kid with one arm, hoisted him like a sack of flour, and I ran. It followed. I could hear the thing crashing through brush behind us, shrieking like it was drowning in its own voice. Its eyes were still fogged from the light, but that didn't stop it from tracking. Its claws raked trees and rocks as it lunged after us. I didn't look back. We ran until I couldn't feel my legs. The ridge curved west, and we cut through a shallow stream, hoping the water would kill the trail. The kid clung to me, quiet, scared, but not slowing me down. Good kid. At some point, I didn't hear the thing anymore. Just wind, just birds starting up again. We waited behind a boulder for a few minutes. Then I walked him back out, just a few miles from the ranger station now. We were in green territory again. When the Institute boys arrived, they were suited up and armed to the teeth. Late, of course. They were younger than Carver, younger than even me. They moved in like it was a training exercise, calm and slow, while I sat with the kid on the gravel, trying to keep my hands from shaking. They took statements, took the flare casing, took the credit, idiots. But I didn't care. The kid was alive, and that's what mattered. Roger didn't say much when they left. He just handed me a slice of pizza from the cooler, the good kind. The one with extra meat he usually hoarded for himself. I thought maybe I'd get a talking to. Maybe, a write-up for breaking protocol. But nothing ever came. The Institute let it go, probably because it would have made them look bad to admit a mere ranger beat them to it. And that was fine by me. Still, though, something shifted after that. Roger started listening to me a little bit more. Trusted me a little deeper. I wasn't just the convict with a clipboard anymore. And that meant more to me than I'll ever care to admit. Yeah, and I guess that's the last story for now. My community service hours are up. Time served, as they say. 5 years walking ridge lines, tagging monsters, hauling gear, updating files. 5 years of doing a job no one really believes exists. Clipboard's full. The field guide's a mess of ink and dog-eared pages, but it's as updated as I could make it. Yesterday I turned in my badge, dropped off my rifle, gave back the tracker. The Institute sent a clear envelope with a final report form and a release letter. Said I was free to go, just like that. Roger was waiting out front, When I came out of the cabin for the last time, he didn't say anything at first. Just handed me a mug of coffee and stood beside me while we watched the wind cut through the trees. And then he stuck out his hand. It was a hard shake, solid, firm enough to say goodbye and heavy enough to mean something else too. Maybe it was respect, maybe a warning, maybe both. "You got somewhere you're heading?" I shrugged. "I don't know yet." He nodded like that made sense. "Well, the world's full of opportunities." I took a sip of coffee. "It's also full of monsters." That got him to smile, just barely. Then he looked back at the trees. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about staying. You walk these woods long enough, you start to feel things. Like the mountains are watching. Like something out there knows your name. Maybe it's nothing. Or maybe the Institute doesn't really let anyone go. There's no official badge, no medal. Just a long walk back down the mountain at a file somewhere that says my name and the words assignment complete. Still, I'm not sure I'm done. Not really. But for now, I'm heading out. If you're reading this, I'm going to assume one of two things. One, you stumbled across this journal by accident, in which case, close it now. Put it back where you found it. Walk away and never look at these woods the same again. Or two, you're someone like me. Maybe you screwed up somewhere back down the line. Maybe you're looking for something to give your life shape. If that's the case, you have got guts. This might be the best place for you. But if you're going to keep going, do yourself a favor, read the field guide, cover to cover. Make notes, cross things out, add your own. The Institute's official files are fine, but they don't breathe like a book that's been in the field. Learn how things move. Learn what they eat, what they fear, what they'll wait for. It'll save your life. Probably more than once. I don't know where I'm going next. Could be a diner in a small town. Could be another call from Roger. Maybe even a pizza place with bad floors and a good view. Doesn't matter. If we ever cross paths out there in the fog, you'll know me by the beat-up ranger jacket I wear. Roger let me keep it. Until then, watch the tree lines, check your corners, and keep moving. See you around. This is Ranger Jack, signing off. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching. My name is Adam. I'm a consulting detective, which is a fancy way of saying people pay me to solve things they're too embarrassed to take to the cops. Missing husbands, dead cats in the mailbox, a smell coming from the neighbor's basement, that kind of thing. I run my office out of what used to be a failed Chinese joint down on Harmon Alley, behind a strip of laundromats and a donut shop that's always out of everything. There's no sign out front. If you don't already know where to look, you probably don't belong here. Inside, there are 2 desks. One is mine. It's solid oak, old, scarred with burns and knife marks, none of which are from me. The other belongs to Clive, my assistant, which is a generous term for someone who once tried to microwave a case file. The walls are a disaster. Peeling paint, water stains that look like South America. Newspaper clippings are thumbtacked into every inch of free space. Old missing posters, crime scene photos, scribbled notes, that made sense once, but don't anymore. Even the bathrooms got sticky notes over the toilet tank. One of them says, "Don't trust the goblin with the orange shoes." I don't remember who wrote that. I do remember trusting a goblin with orange shoes, and I have a scar on my back to remind me of it. The kitchen's down the hall, or what used to be a kitchen, back when someone thought this place could pass health inspection. We turned it into a case file library. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. Half of them are full of books. Clive says some are rare occult volumes. I think most are trashy horror novels with the covers ripped off. Either way, they collect dust the same. You'll find coffee mugs in every room. None of them clean. Some still have liquid in them. Some have life forms. Every once in a while, Clive tries to wash them. He never gets past 2 before something distracts him. Usually something stupid. Clive's a kid, early 20s. Eyes too wide, voice too loud. He's got this obsession with the occult. Thinks everything that goes bump in the night is the start of a real case. He's not wrong often enough to fire him, but he's not right often enough to trust unsupervised. He came here because he couldn't make it into the police academy. He says it was politics. I say it was his personality. Either way, he's mine now. I let him sit at the desk. I let him answer the phones. Sometimes I even let him talk to clients. Usually once. As for me, well, I've been doing this too long to believe in anything but evidence, rent, and caffeine. My name's not in the door. My face is not in the papers. But if you've got a problem nobody else can figure out, or nobody else wants to touch, well, you end up here. It was just another rainy day in Atlanta when the bell above the office door gave its half-hearted jingle. I didn't look up right away. Rain tends to bring in more leaks than leads. But then I caught a whiff of perfume that didn't belong to Clive or the mold in the walls. She stepped in like she didn't want to be seen doing it. Black dress, tight at the waist, cut just below the knees. Expensive. Same for the sunglasses, which she kept on even though it was foggy enough outside to lose a Buick. Clive was halfway through pouring some stale coffee into his already stained mug. He stopped, blinking like someone had switched the channel on him. "Can I help you?" I asked, not moving from my desk. She hesitated, then took off her glasses. Her makeup was perfect, but her eyes told the truth. Red around the edges, puffy. She'd been crying, just not today. Probably every day this week. "I heard you handle things," the woman said. "Well, that's one way to put it. Please, sit," I replied. She did. Crossed her legs like she'd been taught to do it. Clive hovered by the coffee machine. I gave him a look. He sat down and tried to look useful. "My name is Eve Monroe. My husband passed away 3 months ago. Military, Afghanistan. I was told I might be entitled to speak to someone with expertise," the woman said. "And what? Dead husbands or living problems?" She didn't blink. "Both." I leaned back in my chair, hands folded over my stomach. "Go on." She shifted in her seat. "Well, it started small. Lights flickering, remote going missing, things not working like they should. I thought it was just the house. It's old, probably built before half of Atlanta had running water. But then the lights on the second floor went out and never turned on again." She hesitated, eyes locked on the edge of the desk. "I think there's something in that house. Something evil. I think it's a demon." I ignored her last sentence and focused on something tangible. "Second floor lights?" I asked. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes,
All of them. Went out last month. But I just paid the electric bill. I called the city. They said it wasn't on their end. Hired an electrician. He said everything looked fine. Like someone had deliberately killed the power up there.
Clive cleared his throat.
That's real weird, all right.
Eve didn't look at him. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small stack of glossy printouts.
I started noticing words. Spray painted. In my house, always overnight, she said, laying the photos out one by one on my desk.
I leaned forward. The photos weren't fakes. They had the washed-out look of cheap ink on home paper. Kitchen cabinets, bathroom mirror, hallway door. Out. No. Leave. I kept my face still. Anyone else live with you?
My son does. Jason, 14. I thought maybe he was lashing out, acting up after losing his father. He's been angry. We've been fighting. I accused him, and he cried. Said it wasn't him. Swore on his father's grave, she said.
She reached into her bag again, and her hands shook when she handed me the last photograph.
This was the latest one, from just last week.
Bedroom wall, white paint, cheap looking. Above the bed, written in crude letters, God is dead. I stared at it. She didn't say anything else. The rain hit the windows harder now. Somewhere behind me, the radiator gave a tired clunk. She told me the last thing that happened was the stairs. Her son Jason had been coming down from the second floor when something shoved him hard enough to send him tumbling. 12 steps. He landed face first on the tile and screamed loud enough to wake the whole block. She said she thought he was dead. Turned out it was just a broken arm, but the look in her eyes told me it didn't matter. The real break happened somewhere else. Since then, they hadn't gone back upstairs. Clothes still in drawers, toothbrushes in the cup, beds unmade. She packed a bag that night and took her son to her mother's house a few neighborhoods over. She hadn't set foot in the place since. But she wasn't here to run from it. She wanted it back. Said the house was the last thing her husband left them. Paid off, good bones, decent yard. She talked about it like someone talking about a dog that had gone mean, something loyal that turned on them. But she wasn't ready to let go. She asked us to take the case. She didn't cry, didn't beg, but there was something in her voice that said if we said no, she'd be back at the front door of that house by nightfall with her son in tow. I told her we'd take it. I asked a few more questions, about Jason mostly. His school, friends, behavior. She answered all of them without blinking. Said he was a good kid. Smart. Sensitive. Hadn't been quite right since the funeral. When I asked who sold them the house, she went quiet for the first time. Said her husband bought it at a foreclosure auction. Didn't know who'd lived there before. We went back and forth until I was sure I'd gotten all I could from her to start the case. She was getting ready to leave when I saw it. A small silver cross hanging from a chain, clutched tight in her gloved hand. I hadn't noticed it before. Maybe she kept it hidden until now. As she stood, I caught her eyes again. The Lord is near to the broken-hearted, huh? My grandfather used to always say that. She didn't reply, but I saw her eyes mist over with tears. She nodded and smiled in that way people do when they're trying not to cry, then turned and walked out the door before anything else could crack open.
The bell jingled behind her as she left. Clive watched her go, then turned to me with his eyebrows already halfway up his forehead. I didn't think you were the Bible verse type, he said. I went back to the desk, cleared the photos into a pile, and reached for the nearest mug. I'm not. Then why say it? He asked. I paused. Well, sometimes part of the job is giving someone comfort in a way they can understand, especially when their life stops making sense. Clive leaned back in his chair. He didn't argue, just nodded slowly like he understood, even if he didn't quite agree. Before we stepped foot near that house, I made Clive sit down. He was already halfway to the door, practically bouncing, with his usual mix of curiosity and caffeine. I could see it in his hands, in the way he kept checking his jacket pocket, like the keys would teleport him straight to the crime scene. That's how he worked. Chase first, think later. I reached under my desk and pulled out an old laptop. Dust on the lid, sticker half peeled from the bottom corner. It was a 2012 MacBook, one of those gray, heavy ones that used to be cutting edge before the fan started screaming after 10 minutes. I clicked it open. The screen lit up, slow but steady. Clive stared like I'd pulled a rabbit out of a hat. This still works? He asked. Better than you do, I replied. He sat reluctantly. I spun the laptop toward him and waited for the fans to settle. The thing ran like a mule, stubborn, noisy, but dependable. Now the first thing, it's not about chasing a ghost, I began. It's asking the right questions. You don't walk into a fire before checking where the exits are. Clive muttered something, probably about the thrill of the chase, but he leaned in anyway. To his credit, when he focused, he could dig. I handed him a yellow legal pad and told him to write down everything he found. Names, dates, anything that didn't fit. He started tapping. We already knew the buyer, the husband through foreclosure. What we didn't know was the seller. That was the gap. And gaps are where the good stuff usually hides. It took about 15 minutes before Clive sat straight up. I got something. I looked over his shoulder. The listing from the auction site was still cached. Previous owner, Diana Mercer. The name didn't mean anything to me, but Clive was already down a rabbit hole. Wasn't long before he started pulling up old newspaper scans, the kind no one looks at unless they're really trying. Not archived anywhere official, just second-rate blogs, digitized pages from a neighborhood print, probably shut down years ago. The first thing that came up was the address. It was mentioned in a half-dozen small articles about neighborhood disturbances, all of them vague. People claiming pets had gone missing. Children talking about a woman in the upstairs window when no one was home. Locals called it the witch house. Atlanta's own version of urban legend nonsense. But the more we read, the less it sounded like a campfire story. The articles stopped suddenly, all within the same year, 10 years ago. That's when the reports of the owner's death started showing up. It wasn't front page stuff, but it was too strange to ignore. According to one article, neighbors had reported a foul smell coming from the house. Not gas, not mold, something worse. The kind of smell that creeps under your door frame and settles in your clothes. When no one answered the door, police came to check on her. What they found made the news, and not just locally. She'd been dead in the bathtub. That part wasn't unusual. What was unusual was everything else. The time of death was very specific. 3:07 p.m. Broad daylight. The body had been drained of all blood. Not spilled, not pooled. Drained. Every vein collapsed. Every artery flattened. Like the body had been vacuum sealed from the inside. The autopsy confirmed it. No blood anywhere in the body, not even trace amounts. And her left hand was gone. Not severed at the wrist. Not injured. Just missing? Completely. The skin around where the hand should have been wasn't torn or mangled. It was smooth. Closed, somehow. Like it'd never been there at all. But the papers confirmed she had been born with all limbs intact. Police searched the house, the drains, the yard. No hand. They never found it. There wasn't much follow-up after that. No suspects, no motive. No one close to her, no next of kin. The case dried up. The house was emptied, boarded up, and forgotten until it reappeared at a foreclosure auction 3 years later. By then, no one remembered the name. Just the stories. And boy, there were many. Family after family came to live in that house. And family after family left. No one stayed long. Clive was ready to jump out of his chair, practically buzzing. That's it, right? The witch house, the blood, the hand, that explains everything. I didn't answer right away. I closed the laptop and pushed it aside. The hum of the fan slowed down and stopped. It explains something, not everything, I replied. He frowned, like I'd just taken the wind out of his sails. Oh, come on. A woman tied to the occult dies under freaky circumstances, and now 10 years later, weird things start happening in the same house. You really think that's coincidence? No, but this is just the first piece of the puzzle. Don't start framing the picture before we've dumped out the whole box, all right? Clive sat down again, slower this time. So, what do you think we're dealing with? I reached for my coat and stood. Not a demon. He looked surprised. But Miss Monroe? Yes, she thinks it's a demon. That's understandable. She's scared, her son's hurt, and nothing about her life makes sense right now. But what we're looking at is something else. This Diana woman, she wasn't possessed. She was involved. Clive blinked. Involved how? Witches. Not the broomstick kind. Just people. People who borrow power from something else. So, wait, how's that different from a demon? Well, if it were a demon, I began, we'd be calling the Vatican. So you better hope it's not. He didn't have a response for that. Just grabbed his coat, still thinking. I locked the laptop, pocketed my notebook, and headed for the door. All right, come on. Time to see what's left of the witch house. The Monroe house looked worse in daylight. Paint stripped from the siding, like it'd given up holding on. Porch sagging under its own weight. And no curtains in the windows. Just the blank stare of a house nobody lived in anymore. When we stepped inside, the smell hit first. Wax and mothballs. The kind of stale that sticks to the back of your throat. There was melted candle wax everywhere. On shelves, table corners, dripping down onto the floors. Dozens of candles sat half-burned on every flat surface. Big ones, cheap tea lights, thick ones in jars. I counted 5 on the kitchen counter alone. That lined up. Mrs. Monroe said the electricity upstairs cut out weeks ago. If the breakers didn't fix it and the city wasn't at fault, then they probably gave up and lit candles to see in the dark. Looking around now, it was clear they'd been lighting everything by hand for a while. Clive wandered down the hall and stopped in front of a grandfather clock. The big kind, old-fashioned, dusty. The hands were stuck. He called me over and pointed to the face. 307. He didn't say anything, just walked into the kitchen and looked up at the wall clock. That one was frozen too. Same time, 307. Dead center. That was when I said it aloud. Same time Mercer died. That was the official time of death from the coroner's report. 10 years ago, middle of the afternoon, found drained in her tub. Every clock in this house was still stuck on the exact minute she died. We moved from room to room. Most looked half abandoned, like someone started packing and gave up halfway. Boxes opened but never filled. A suitcase left on the hallway floor, zipper crooked. A child's toy train left mid-setup in the living room. One of the plastic tracks had snapped. In the master bedroom, folded clothes were still sitting in a basket, like someone meant to put them away and never did. A blanket was balled up on the carpet, next to the wall, probably where someone tried to sleep without going upstairs. There wasn't much to the first floor of the house, so we decided to head upstairs. The stairs groaned under our weight as we climbed. The air on the second floor was heavier, carrying the faint smell of dust and wax. Most of the doors were open, but the one at the end of the hall was shut. The master bedroom. I pushed it open, and the first thing I saw was the writing. Black spray paint, wide strokes across the wall above the bed. God is dead. The letters bled into the drywall, uneven, harsh, but the words were unmistakable. Clive pulled something from his jacket pocket, a folded sheet of paper. He spread it open and held it up to the wall. The photo Mrs. Monroe had shown us. The same angle, the same words. The match was perfect, right down to the way the paint ran in a thick drip under the D. He stood there for a long time, eyes flicking between the photo and the wall. Then he spoke. That's from a philosopher. I remember it from a class in college. Can't remember his name, so why here? Why that quote? Why would whatever's haunting this place choose those words? He asked. I shrugged. Fear, maybe. Fear's fuel. Always has been. Clive lowered the photo and folded it again, slipping it back into his pocket. I could see the gears turning behind his eyes, more questions forming, but I didn't give him the chance. I stepped deeper into the room. The carpet was flattened where the bed had been dragged aside. A dresser leaned crooked against the wall, one drawer half open, shirts spilling out like someone left in a rush. I ran my hand along the nightstand. A thin layer of dust clung to my fingers. Near the far wall, the floorboards looked off, not warped, just scuffed in a way that didn't match the rest of the room. Scrapes along the grain, faint but fresh, the kind left when something heavy gets dragged across the floor. I crouched down and ran a hand along the baseboard. Then I felt a draft that I chalked up to nothing. And that's when I saw it. A seam. Not quite a crack, but enough of a line to break the flow of the wall. I looked up and traced it with my eyes. From the floor all the way to the ceiling, just behind a leaning dresser. "Clive," I said. He turned from the corner, still holding the folded photo. I nodded at the wall. He came over and helped me shift the dresser. It groaned against the floor, but slid easier than I expected. Behind it, the wallpaper was different. It was older and layered, 2 patterns, one on top of the other. The outer sheet peeled at the corner. I grabbed it and pulled. It came off in long strips, revealing a narrow wooden door, barely wider than a crawlspace hatch. No knob, just a rusted latch holding it shut. I didn't like how low it was. It wasn't built with the house. It was added later, after someone decided they needed it. Clive leaned in. "Think it's a closet?" "Not that kind." "Keep your flashlight on," I said. We undid the latch and opened the door. It creaked stiffly, hinges straining against the ears. The smell changed immediately. Old wax and something else. Faint iron. The flashlight beam cut through the dark. Inside was a small, cramped room, barely big enough to stand in. The walls were scorched near the top, blackened from candle smoke. Melted wax pooled in rings on the floor. Burn marks traced symbols I didn't recognize. And in the center, a stain. Dark, brownish red, uneven. It looked like someone had once been lying there, arms spread, body limp. Clive stepped in behind me, took one look at the stain, and let out a low whistle. "Well, looks like we just found Diana's secret occult room." I nodded once. "Yeah, we did." Clive stayed in the doorway, documenting the ritual room with quiet focus. He circled the wax symbols, moving carefully, lifting his phone for pictures and taking his time with every detail. I left him to it and stepped back into the bedroom. Something kept nagging at me. I couldn't put my finger on it until I stopped moving. The draft again. It brushed against my ankle once more, steady and cold, coming up from the floor. That shouldn't have been happening in a house sealed up this tight. I crouched down and scanned the baseboards. Just beneath the wall, the floor showed signs of recent scraping. Narrow lines curved against the wood, faint, but there. Something heavy had been dragged across this floor. I followed the marks to the hallway and then down the stairs. The trail carried through the living room and out the back door. The breeze was stronger outside, and the air carried that same cold I'd felt before. It led me to the side of the house, where a crawlspace hatch sat half hidden behind dry weeds and debris. The hatch wasn't locked. It had rust on it, but it had been opened recently. I knelt down and shined my flashlight inside. Most of what I saw was ordinary. Loose dirt, forgotten boards, some old insulation sagging between the beams. But something deeper in caught the light. It was pale and shaped like it didn't belong. I swore under my breath, rolled up my sleeves, took off my coat and tie, and slid inside. The crawlspace had a low ceiling, just enough to move without my back hitting the beams. The ground was dry and uneven. As I moved forward, a few rats scurried past and vanished into the dark. I kept going without stopping. The further I crawled, the worse the smell became. It made me think of old meat left too long in the sun. The kind of smell that sticks in the inside of your nose. It wasn't overwhelming, but it had settled into the space. When I reached the far end, I found what I'd seen from the entrance. A human hand rested on the dirt. The skin was pale and dry, the nails neatly trimmed. A ruby ring sat on the middle finger, clean and intact. The hand wasn't decomposed, but it gave off the heavy smell of rot. The ground around it was marked. Wax had been poured in circles, some lines still clear, others cracked with age. Small bones had been placed carefully inside the patterns, not scattered, but arranged with purpose. Birds, maybe rodents. Some had been picked clean. Others still held bits of fur. A small altar stood just behind the hand. Stones were stacked with care, blackened from candle burn. Dried blood had soaked into the top layer. The source was clear. A chicken, laid across the top with its neck slit open. The body was limp and stiff, freshly placed. Wedged into the crevices of the stone were Polaroids. Most of them showed ritual scenes, dim rooms, open books, raised hands. Some faces were blurred. One of them wasn't. Diana Mercer stared back at me from the center of the group. Her face was all smiles, like she was having the time of her life. The moment settled in. This was not an overlooked detail from the original police investigation. It was not an ordinary burial either. The hand had been left here, either by Diana or one of her occult followers. It had been preserved, sat in the center of an ongoing ritual space. The witch hadn't just died in that house. Like many of her kind do, she had left a part of herself behind. This was the key. It explained the clocks, the messages, the fear, the reason the house still felt active. It also explained the accidents. Witches are known for staying tied to one place. That shows up in old stories, like Hansel and Gretel, and in real cases too, like the Rhode Island farmhouse back in 1907. The pattern's always the same. A witch makes a deal with something beyond this world, usually a demon, and gains power. That power doesn't belong to them. It's borrowed. And even after they die, the connection sometimes stays open. The house, the land, the objects, they hold onto it. What I found under the Monroe house made it clear. Diana Mercer never planned to let go of this place, even after her death. I turned and began crawling back, flashlight steady. The answer had been beneath our feet the whole time. Literally. Now I knew how to end it. We had to cleanse the house. It was time to call the priest. It was just after noon when we came back to the Monroe house. The clouds hadn't moved all morning, and the street outside was as quiet as I'd ever seen it. The house looked the same from the outside, but I knew what was under it now. I knew what had to be done. Clive and I didn't come alone this time. I'd called in someone I trusted, Father Daniel. He was an old friend of mine, and he wasn't the type to give long sermons, just quiet words and steady hands. He brought a small bag with him, filled with holy water, a worn crucifix, and a Bible held together with tape. He didn't ask too many questions. He never did when I called. I laid out the plan on the porch before we went in. Each of us would take one space. We needed to cut this thing off from every angle. Father Daniel would walk through the house with prayer and water, blessing the thresholds and corners. Clive would head back up to the hidden ritual room to scrub out the wax circles and burn whatever Diana had left behind. As for me, I was going under. The hand needed to be buried and sealed. Everyone nodded, and then we went in. Father Daniel started in the living room, murmuring words I'd heard him say 1,000 times before under different circumstances. I watched him for a second before heading out the back and around the house to the crawl space. The hatch creaked open as I pulled it loose. The cold draft hit again. I dropped to my knees, flashlight in one hand, small wooden box in the other. Inside the box was salt, packed tight. I crawled back through the same tunnel, the dirt dry beneath my palms. The rats were gone this time. The crawl felt longer now, like the house knew I was here to end something. I reached the same spot, the altar, the bones, the wax, all exactly how I left them. I moved the stones aside and cleared a shallow hole in the dirt. The wax cracked under my hands, flaking apart like old paint. Then, I took Diana's severed hand and placed it in the box, covering it under a thick layer of salt after wrapping it in linen. I filled the hole and the rest of the spiritual space with even more salt, cleansing the area clean. I was done when there wasn't a trace of wax or bones left. I sat back, hands resting on my knees, and looked at the ground one last time. "That's enough now," I said. The house responded as if it heard me. It started as a low rumble beneath me. The crawl space shook hard, knocking dust loose from the beams above. The ground trembled. I pressed my hands to the dirt and waited. Then, with a sharp crack, the world jolted. Wood groaned all around me, and the sound of glass shattering tore through the air above. And then it stopped. Silence followed. Total stillness. I didn't move until it was over, when I was sure nothing else was coming. I turned around and crawled back the way I came. My flashlight beam trembled slightly, dust still drifting through the crawl space. At the entrance, I climbed out, carrying the box with me. The wind outside had picked up just enough to rustle the trees. From where I stood, I could see the windows. Every single one had shattered outward. Jagged glass framed the edges, and shards littered the porch and sidewalk. It looked like the house had exhaled all at once. I stepped through the front door. The living room was covered in broken glass. Father Daniel stood in the very middle of it, still holding his old Bible. A wet streak ran down one wall where the holy water had splashed. He looked at me and gave a short nod. Upstairs, Clive came down slowly, holding his cheek. A thin cut ran just under his eye. Fresh, but not deep. It would scar, though. He looked around, eyes wide, and then locked eyes with me. "Is it over?" I nodded. It was over. It'd been a few days since we finished the job. The Monroe house was quiet now. No more flickering lights, no more words on the wall. The second floor still needed repairs, and the windows had all been boarded up after the glass blew out. But the house itself was clean. For the first time in a long while, it was just a house again. Mrs. Monroe called, and asked if she could stop by the office. I told her she was welcome any time. She arrived in the same black dress she wore the first time, but it looked different now. She stood straighter. Her face looked rested. No makeup today, no sunglasses. Her eyes were tired, but they were clear. Clive greeted her at the door. She sat across from me, folding her hands tightly in her lap. And I told her everything. I explained that the house wasn't haunted in the way people imagine. Diana Mercer, the woman who lived there before, had been a practicing occultist. She wasn't born with power. She made a deal with something. That kind of deal always leaves a trace. Before she died, she left behind more than a memory. She left behind a part of herself. Her hand, hidden under the house, preserved and placed at the center of an altar. That hand acted like a cord tying her to the house. As long as it remained, her influence stayed. The Monroe family was not imagining it. The house really had turned against them. Clive filled in the rest. He told her about the ritual room upstairs, the symbols, the wax circles, and the bones. He explained how he cleansed each space. We didn't leave anything behind. Mrs. Monroe stared down at her lap while we spoke. She didn't interrupt. When I finished, she looked up with eyes glassy from held-back tears. She didn't cry, but her voice caught when she thanked us. She stood and reached into her purse, pulling out a thick envelope. She placed it on the desk between us. Then she left, back into the alley, into the city that hadn't stopped moving since the case began. Clive leaned against his desk and watched her go. He waited until the door clicked shut, then turned toward me. You said something earlier about what you found under the house. I nodded. I already knew what was coming. You said there was a chicken. Dead. Fresh. I nodded. He crossed his arms and looked at the floor. But Diana's been dead for 10 years, so she couldn't have done that. That means someone else was feeding the ritual, keeping it going. He let that settle for a second. Exactly, I replied. It wasn't an accident. That chicken had been laid there as an offering. Not random. Someone else knew about the ritual and had been trying to keep it alive. Whether they were part of Diana's group or found her notes later, I couldn't say. But the meaning was clear. Someone had continued her work. Without that sacrifice, the spell would have died years ago. Clive didn't like that. I could see it on his face. So they're still out there? He asked. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. We broke the connection. Without the hand, without the altar, there's nothing left to feed. Whoever they were, they don't have power anymore. He nodded slowly, not happy, but understanding. Outside, the rain in Atlanta hadn't stopped. It pattered against the office windows as Clive poured another mug of whatever passed for coffee that day. The envelope from Mrs. Monroe sat in the desk drawer, unopened. Later, as we looked back and reviewed, we dubbed this the Monroe witch case. You see, not every job ends with all the answers. Some just end. But the house was quiet now, and the family was safe. I listened to the rain outside and stared out the window. Sooner or later, the next person would walk through our door with a story they couldn't explain, and we'd be ready.
Hey everyone, Steven here. I hope you enjoyed the story. In case you haven't watched it yet, just so you know, the full Daggerland series is on the channel. It's about 4.5 hours, and I think you'll really like it. So if you haven't finished the Daggerland series and you'd like something to do, check it out. I will try to put a video link on screen. Also, check out our new Daggerland merch at hauntedstuff.com. There's a link in the description. Thank you for listening and all the support, and I hope you have a great weekend. People never call it what it is. They say big dog, bear. They say something got into the livestock. They don't say werewolf. My name is Matthew. I'm 41 years old, and for the last 12 years I've made a living killing werewolves for counties that don't want headlines and families that don't want reporters on their lawns. I'm not military. I'm not part of some secret order. I grew up outside Ashland, Kentucky. My dad ran a tire shop off US 23. My mom worked nights at a hospital cafeteria. I hunted deer every fall, starting at 13, and that's about as dramatic as my origin story gets. The first werewolf I saw, it wasn't during a full moon in some fog-covered forest. It was behind a Dollar General outside Grayson. Sheriff's Department called it in as a rabid animal. I was 29 and still doing contract pest control. Coyotes, feral hogs, nuisance bears. I shot it twice before I understood what I was looking at. The second time, I didn't hesitate. Word travels in rural counties. After that, I started getting different calls. Quiet ones. The kind where deputies don't file reports. The kind where farmers hand you cash in an envelope and don't ask for a receipt. That's how this job works. No uniforms, no badges, just a truck, silver rounds, and 5 rules. That night we were parked off Kentucky Route 10, half a mile past a rusted farm gate that leaned like it'd given up. The property belonged to a man named Curtis Henson, 62, retired machinist. 3 goats missing in 2 weeks. One found opened up behind the feed shed. Sheriff wrote it up as feral dogs. Curtis called me anyway. I shut the engine off and let it tick down in the dark. The quiet out there was not natural. No insects, no distant highway hum. You hear that? I asked. The kid in the passenger seat shook his head. His name was Brandon Ellis, 24, fresh out of the academy, volunteer deputy. He still checked his rifle every 5 minutes, like it might disappear if he didn't look at it. That's the problem, I said. You think it's here? He asked. It's always here, I began. Question is whether it's alone. He shifted in his seat and adjusted the sling on his rifle. Silver-plated rounds in his magazine. I had 12-gauge slugs in my lap, each one hand-loaded and dipped clean. Thermal monocular hanging from my neck. Red lens flashlight clipped in my vest. Tourniquet in my left cargo pocket. I don't pack light. You said there were rules, Brandon said. Sheriff didn't mention rules. The sheriff thinks this is animal control, I began. It isn't. I opened the door and stepped out into gravel. The air smelled like cut hay. The farmhouse sat 200 yards up the drive. Porch light off, windows black. Beyond it, the barn crouched low and square against the tree line. Brandon came around the hood and joined me. His boots crunched too loud. Roll your feet, I said. He adjusted and tried again. We walked halfway up the drive before I stopped and raised the thermal to my eye. One large heat signature right behind the barn. Not moving much. Elevated temperature. Roughly the size of a giraffe horse if you were generous. Brandon leaned in. You see it? I see something, I said. We cut left instead of heading straight in. Always change the angle. If it's watching, and it probably was, it expects you to walk right up to the barn door like an idiot. Brandon kept his light low. So, you've been doing this 12 years? Closer to 13, I said. And you've never messed up, huh? I lowered the thermal and looked at him. "I've messed up, kid," I began. "That's why there's rules." A wooden plank creaked from inside the barn. Brandon's breathing changed. "Before we get any closer," I began, "you need to understand something."
I'm listening.
"There are 5 rules. You break one and you don't get a redo." He tried to smile, but it didn't stick.
What kind of rules?
"Well, the kind you follow even when you think you don't need to." The heat signature inside the barn moved. It paced once along the interior wall. The outline through the boards wasn't clean, but the height was wrong for a dog. Shoulders too wide, head carried too high. Brandon raised his rifle halfway. "Not yet," I said.
It looks big.
"Yeah, big isn't the same as shifted." He glanced at me, confused. "Rule 1. Never shoot until you confirm the target is fully shifted," I said. Metal scraped inside the barn. A chain clinked once. Then a low sound rolled out through the slats. Steady, not a bark, not a howl. More like someone clearing their throat before speaking. Brandon flinched. "Stay calm," I said. The barn door moved just an inch. Not swinging open, just pressure against it. I stepped sideways for a clearer line of fire, and I felt the gravel shift under my boot. "Safety off," I said quietly. Brandon clicked his off. Inside the barn, something heavy exhaled. "Welcome to the job. Now listen carefully. The rules are the only reason I'm still alive." And the first one was about to matter. Rule 1. Never shoot until you confirm the target has shifted fully. You don't fire on movement. You don't fire on size. You don't fire because your nerves are screaming at you to do something. You fire when the shift locks. That night behind Curtis Henson's barn, Brandon almost learned that the hard way. The barn door flexed inward again. Not much. Just enough to show something heavy was leaning against it from the inside. I lifted the thermal and adjusted the focus ring. The heat signature was tall. Too tall. It moved with a slow, uneven sway. One shoulder dipped lower than the other. That's the first thing people misunderstand. They think werewolves snap into place like movie monsters. One clean transformation and poof, done. It isn't clean or mechanical. Brandon whispered, "That's it, right?" "Maybe," I began, "but not yet." The door slid another inch, and a shape pressed into the gap. At first it looked human. Torso, arms, head bent forward. But the proportions were wrong. The spine curved too far. The arms hung too long. Brandon brought his rifle up. "Don't," I said. "But it's coming out." "Not fully," I replied. The thing inside the barn shifted its weight, and the door jerked open wider with a sudden snap. Wood splintered, where something crawled through the inner brace. A hand came through first. Not a paw. A hand. 5 fingers. Too long. Nails dark and thickened. The skin looked tight over the knuckles, like it'd been stretched. Brandon's breath caught. "It's still human." "It's not," I said. "It's mid-shift." The arm convulsed. I saw the elbow joint snap backward at a wrong angle, and then correct itself with a grinding motion. The fingers curled and lengthened. The nails split and peeled forward into black claws. Brandon's rifle wavered. "Shoot it now," he said. "If you shoot it now, you're just going to make it angry," I replied. The head pushed through next. At that stage, they still look wrong in a way that tricks you. The jaw starts to extend, but hasn't finished. The nose flattens and pushes outward. Teeth lengthen unevenly, some still human, some already fanged. The eyes cloud over and then refocus. Half human, half wolf. And that is the worst version. The door tore free of one hinge as the body forced its way out. Its shirt was half shredded and hanging from one shoulder. Ribs were visible beneath skin that stretched and tightened with every breath. Brandon's finger tightened on the trigger. "Wait," I said sharply. The creature dropped to one knee and let out a low, wet growl. Its spine rippled under the skin like something was crawling beneath it. The shoulder blades pushed outward, forming ridges. The forearms thickened. The sound it made wasn't a howl. It was a choke, like it was swallowing gravel. That's the moment most rookies break. The sound triggers something in the back of your brain. Fight or flight kicks in, and you want to end it. But silver against a half-formed body doesn't kill clean. It shocks. And when you shock something mid-shift, the pain hits every nerve at once. I know because I did it once. Years ago, outside Greenup, I fired too early. The slug caught it in the ribs before the rib cage had finished widening. It didn't drop, it convulsed, and then it came at me with both arms still half human, and it tore open my left thigh before I got a second shot off. I still limp when it rains. Inside Curtis's yard, the creature's jaw snapped forward with a wet crack. Teeth settled into place. The ears pulled up and back against the skull. The torso expanded and unlocked. You can see it when it happens. The shift reaches the end of its cycle and stops adjusting. The movements become coordinated instead of chaotic. The creature stood to full height, close to 8 feet, fur now fully grown across its chest and shoulders. The eyes were clear yellow, focused. That's when it's a werewolf. Not before. "Now," I said. Brandon fired. The first round hit high in the chest. The impact jerked the creature backward a step. Silver burns through them like acid through tin. Smoke lifted from the entry wound. I fired a half second later, and I put a slug through its open mouth. The head snapped back. Bone and fur sprayed across the barn door. It staggered forward anyway. They always do. Brandon fired again. This time the shot caught the shoulder joint and blew it apart. The arm hung useless. The creature lunged on 3 limbs and hit the gravel hard enough to crack it. I stepped in close, and I put the final round into the base of the skull. It went still. We stood there in the dust and smoke, both breathing too hard. Brandon lowered his rifle slowly. "If I'd shot when the arm came out, it would have hit mid-rib," I interrupted. "And it would have felt every nerve in its body catch fire." He looked at the torn gravel, imagining it. "It would have covered that distance before you chambered the next round," I began. "And it would have used what was left of its hands to open you up." Brandon gulped. I walked forward and nudged the body with my boot. No movement. The jaw hung slack. The fur was already losing its sheen. "You don't shoot until the shift locks," I said. "Full height, full structure, eyes focused." He nodded, but his hands were still shaking. I wiped the barrel of my shotgun with a rag and began reloading. The barn behind us creaked as the hinge gave way, and the door fell flat into the dirt. Brandon stared at the corpse. How do you know when it's finished?" "You watch the spine," I began. "You watch the shoulders, and when the movement stops looking painful and starts looking deliberate, that's when you fire." He looked back at me. "And if you're wrong?" "Then you're dead," I said. The wind picked up slightly and carried the smell of blood across the yard. Brandon took a long breath and steadied himself. "Well, that's rule 1, I continued. You wait until it's fully what it's going to be. Never before. Behind the barn, somewhere deeper in the tree line, a branch snapped. Brandon's head turned. I didn't move, because one heat signature rarely tells the whole story. Rule 2. Never let one lure you indoors. If it goes inside, you don't follow. I don't care if it drags something in. I don't care if it screams. I don't care if it looks wounded. You keep your boots outside. Curtis Henson thanked us 3 times before we left his property. We loaded the body into the bed of my truck under a tarp and told him to lock his livestock in the steel pen for a few nights. I didn't tell him about the branch snap and the tree line. There's no point in giving a man something he can't fix. Brandon rode quiet on the way back toward town. An hour later, my phone rang. Another call, different county line, edge of Portsmouth, Ohio. A deputy named Aaron King said a woman had reported something huge running into a vacant house off the street. House had been empty 6 months. Bank foreclosure. Windows boarded, but one side door busted open. I didn't hesitate. "Still there?" I asked.
Yeah, we heard movement inside.
King said.
Then it stopped.
"Don't go in," I told him. Silence. "You hear me?"
Yeah, I mean, we were about to clear it.
King replied. "Do not go in," I repeated. Brandon looked over at me. "We're doing another?" "You want sleep?" I asked. He didn't answer. We crossed the river into Ohio just before midnight. The vacant house sat back from the street behind a chain link fence, porch sagging, one upstairs window missing its boards. Streetlights threw long yellow shadows across the lawn. 2 cruisers were parked crooked in the drive. Deputy King stood near the front steps with a flashlight in his hand and his pistol already drawn. "You're Matthew?" he asked when I stepped out. "That's me." He jerked his chin toward the house. "We saw something move past the kitchen window. Big. Not a dog." "Anyone inside?" I asked. "Well, house is supposed to be empty." "Supposed to be," I repeated. Brandon came around the truck, rifle slung. King eyed him. "He good?" "He'll be fine if he listens," I said. And we walked toward the house together. The front door hung half open. Inside, the living room was dark except for a sliver of streetlight cutting across the carpet. Old furniture still sat in the room, covered in dusty sheets. King lifted his pistol. "We were about to sweep." "No," I said. He frowned. "We can't just let it sit in there." "Yes, we can," I said. I stepped to the side of the doorway instead of standing in it. Always offset. I leaned in just enough to shine my red lens across the far wall. Scratch marks. 4 long grooves running down from the ceiling toward the floor. "It's in there," Brandon whispered. "Of course it is," I said. A heavy thud came from deeper inside the house. Then another. It wanted us to hear it. King stepped toward the threshold. I grabbed the back of his vest and pulled him hard enough to rock him off balance. "You don't cross that line," I said. He looked offended. "It's just a house." "It is not just a house anymore," I replied. Rule 2 exists because walls compress space. Werewolves don't need distance the way we do. They don't need clean lines of sight. Inside a house, they use door frames like cover. They use stairwells like funnels. They break through drywall instead of using hallways. Out here, I control distance. In there, it does. The thud stopped. Silence. Brandon gulped. "What if it's hiding?" "It is hiding," I began. "And it wants you to come find it." A board creaked upstairs. King's jaw tightened. "We can't just wait." "We don't wait," I said. we move it. I circled left along the exterior wall, keeping space between me and the windows. Brandon mirrored me. King followed, slower now. We reached the side yard. The kitchen window was broken out, glass scattered across the dirt. I lifted the thermal and angled it through the opening. Heat signature inside. Crouched low behind the kitchen island. Not moving. "See it?" Brandon whispered. "Yes." "Why isn't it coming out?" "Because it wants us to step in," I said. King exhaled hard. "So what do we do?" I stepped back and handed Brandon the thermal. "Watch that window." Then I moved to the back door and kicked it open. The sound echoed through the house. Still no movement. I picked up a brick from the flower bed and I hurled it through the living room window. Glass exploded inward. Still nothing. I grabbed a metal trash can lid from the side yard and I slammed it against the siding 3 times, loud and sharp. A growl rolled out from inside, low and irritated. And there it was. The kitchen window frame splintered as something large shifted behind it. A flash of yellow eyes, fur along the edge of the counter. "Back up," I said. We retreated 5 steps into open yard. The back door shuddered once, and then it burst outward. The werewolf exploded into the yard in a spray of wood and dust. Full shift, tall, leaner than the one at the barn, and faster. It didn't charge straight. It juked left, then right, testing angles. And that's what happens inside houses. They get used to tight spaces. They learn to bounce off walls and redirect. Brandon fired first. The round clipped the hip. The creature stumbled but kept moving. King fired his pistol twice and missed both times. The werewolf lunged toward the porch, using the railing as leverage to change direction again. If we'd been in that hallway, it would have hit us before we got a second shot. I dropped to one knee and I waited for the turn. When it pivoted toward Brandon, I fired center mass. The slug punched through the sternum. The creature faltered. Brandon steadied himself and put a second round into its throat. It collapsed in the grass 10 feet from the front steps. King stood frozen, pistol still extended. "That's why," I said. He lowered the gun slowly. Brandon looked at the shattered doorway. "If we'd gone inside..." "It would have come through drywall," I interrupted. "Or down the stairs from above you. Or from the crawl space, who knows?" King stared at the broken porch railing. "It let us hear it." "Yes." "It wanted us to clear the house." "Yes," I said. He wiped sweat from his forehead. "We almost did." I nodded. The body twitched once and went still. Brandon let out a breath he'd been holding. "So if it runs into a building..." "You don't follow," I said. "You flush it out." He nodded slowly. I walked to the edge of the porch and looked at the gouges carved into the doorframe. Fresh wood splintered outward. "You give it walls, and you give it control," I said. The cruiser's lights flashed red and blue across the front of the house. Neighbors were peeking through curtains now. King holstered his pistol. "That's rule 2, huh?" "That's rule 2, I said. I reloaded and stepped back toward the truck. "If it goes inside," I continued, "you let it come back out. On your terms." Behind us, the house stood open and broken, but we were still standing in open ground. Rule 3. Never hunt alone during a full moon sweep. You don't do this job by yourself. Not on a full moon. Not when sightings start stacking up in the same county. Not when tracks overlap. You think you're tracking one, you're not. 2 nights after the house in Portsmouth, The calls started clustering along the edge of Wayne National Forest. Chickens gone. A calf dragged 20 yards from a fence line. Something seen crossing a logging road near Ironton just after midnight. Full moon was due up at 9:14 p.m. That timing matters. Brandon showed up at my place before sunset. His shoulder was bruised from recoil and lack of sleep. He didn't complain, though. "You think it's connected?" he asked while loading fresh silver rounds into his magazine. "Always assume it is," I said. We drove south and cut into the gravel access road that feeds into the forest. The trees out there grow tight. The canopy blocks more light than people expect. Even under a full moon, the ground stays dark. At the ranger gate, we met Deputy Aaron King again. He brought another volunteer, a guy named Trevor Scott. Early 30s, big guy. Confident in a way that comes from not having seen enough yet.
You sure we need 4 of us?"
Trevor asked. "Yes," I said. He smiled, like he thought I was exaggerating. We parked the trucks nose out for a quick exit and cut our engines. The moon was already rising over the tree line, bright and round and wrong, and that way it gets when it's too clear. I lifted the thermal and scanned the ridgeline. One heat signature. Large, moving parallel to the logging road about 100 yards up. "There," I said, handing the binocular to Brandon. He looked. "Just one." "Right now," I said. Trevor shouldered his rifle.
"So we circle it?"
"No," I said. "We move together." He frowned.
"If we split up, we can box in."
"No," I said. Rule 3 exists, because werewolves understand flanking better than you do. They don't talk, they don't signal. They read each other's movement by instinct. You split up, you become 4 isolated targets. We moved into the trees in a tight staggered line, Brandon behind me, King behind him, Trevor bringing up the rear. The forest floor was dry, leaves crunching under boots, no matter how careful we stepped. I didn't like that. Noise covers approach. The heat signature crossed the ridge again. Trevor leaned forward.
"We've got it moving."
"It's letting us see it," I said. The shape disappeared behind a thick stand of pines. Brandon whispered, "Lost it." I took the thermal back and adjusted the angle. 2 new heat blooms appeared. One to our left and one to our right. They hadn't been there 30 seconds earlier. "Stop," I said. Trevor stepped forward anyway.
"It's splitting up."
"No," I said. "We're being split." The original signature reappeared ahead of us and broke into a run across the ridge, fully visible now in the moonlight. Tall and lean and fast. Trevor raised his rifle and took a step toward it. The left side heat signature started moving. Fast. "Left!" Brandon shouted. A massive shape burst from behind a fallen log then. It had charged straight at Trevor. He barely had time to pivot before it hit him in the chest and knocked him backward into a tree. King fired once and missed. The wolf snapped at Trevor's arm and tore fabric but didn't get flesh. The third heat signature flared bright behind us. The decoy on the ridge had stopped running. It turned. And now all 3 were oriented toward us. "Back to back," I yelled. We tightened formation. That's the difference between living and dying in a pack encounter. You don't chase or pursue. You hold center, and you force them to come through you. The left wolf lunged again. I fired into his shoulder joint. The silver slug ripped muscle and spun it sideways, but it didn't drop. Brandon pivoted and fired right, catching the second wolf across the ribs. It staggered and snarled. The one on the ridge let out a long, rising howl. It wasn't random. It was coordination. The injured wolf pressed in again, not retreating. Trevor finally got a clean shot off and blew a chunk out of its flank. The third wolf came downhill. Fast. I felt the ground vibrate before I saw it fully. "Down," I said. Brandon dropped to one knee and fired upward as the creature cleared a fallen branch mid-leap. The round caught it in the lower abdomen. It crashed short of its target and it rolled hard across the forest floor. King moved to finish the injured one on the left. "Don't chase," I said. Too late. King stepped forward 2 paces to get a better angle, and the right side wolf used the gap instantly. It slammed into him from the side, and it drove him into the dirt. I fired at near point-blank range, catching it behind the ear. The skull cracked, and it went limp across King's legs. The third wolf, the one Brandon had hit mid-air, was already scrambling to its feet. It wasn't retreating. It was recalculating. Trevor, bleeding from a shallow gash on his forearm, raised his rifle and fired twice in quick succession. The first missed. The second hit center chest. The wolf staggered but didn't fall. Full moon. They don't feel pain the same way under a full moon. I stepped forward, planted my feet, and waited for the charge. And it ran toward me, head low, arms wide. I aimed for the mouth and fired. The slug punched through the upper jaw and exited behind the skull. The body folded inward and skidded to a stop less than 10 feet from us. Silence dropped back over the forest. Trevor was breathing hard. King rolled onto his side, groaning. Brandon kept scanning with a thermal, hands shaking. "One more?" he asked. I swept the tree line. Nothing. Just residual heat from our bodies. King pushed himself up. Dirt and blood streaked across his uniform. "If we'd split up, you'd be gone," I said. Brandon looked at the dead wolf near his boots. "They used a decoy." "Yes, they did," I said. Trevor wiped blood from his forearm. I thought we could box it." "You don't box a pack," I said. "You try and survive it." He nodded, slower now. We stood there under the moonlight, just staring out in front of us. Rule 3 isn't complicated. You don't hunt alone when the moon is full, because when you think you're tracking one, you're already inside a triangle, and triangles close fast. Rule 4. Some of them aren't bad. Don't kill the wrong one. Now, most of them are killers. That part doesn't change. Most of them don't care about fences or property lines. They don't care about livestock tags or porch lights. They hunt what moves, and if it's smaller than they are, they take it. But every once in a while, you find one that isn't hunting. And if you shoot that one, you don't just make a mistake. You create a problem that follows you for years. We got the call outside Vanceburg, Kentucky, just before dusk. A couple in their late 50s reported a giant creature in their backyard. The husband said it was standing upright and holding something long and sharp. That description puts your pulse up fast. Long and sharp means weapon. Brandon and I pulled into the gravel drive and cut the engine. The house sat back from the road with a small fenced garden beside it. Wooden tomato cages, fresh turned soil, a stack of bagged fertilizer near the shed. The husband met us on the porch. His hands shook while he talked. "It was big," the husband said. "Standing in the garden." "Did it attack anything?" I asked. No. It was digging," he said. "Digging?" Brandon asked. "Like it was burying something," the husband added. Brandon looked over at me. We walked around the side of the house and stopped at the fence line. I shut off my flashlight and let my eyes adjust. And there it was. Full werewolf. Broad shoulders,
thick fur down its spine, standing over a row of freshly turned soil. In its hand was something long and metallic. Brandon lifted his rifle. "Hold," I said quietly. The creature bent forward and drove the metal object into the dirt. I raised the thermal monocular and scanned the yard. One heat signature. No movement beyond the steady rhythm of digging. The metal object caught a bit of fading light. "Shovel." "This is our chance. Let me shoot it," Brandon said. The creature stopped digging, and it turned its head slowly in our direction. Its eyes reflected the last bit of sunset. It straightened to full height, still holding the shovel. Brandon tightened on the trigger. "Don't," I said. The werewolf looked at us for a long second, and then it spoke. "I'm not a bad one, idiot." "What?" Brandon said, blinking. The werewolf shifted the shovel in his hands and scowled. "I'm planting my damn tomatoes," it said. There was no growl in its voice. I lowered my shotgun slightly. "Sorry," I said. The werewolf glared at us another moment, and then it turned back to the soil. It stabbed the shovel into the ground again. Scrape. It paused and glanced over its shoulder. People see fur and they lose their damn minds," it muttered. And then it went back to digging. Brandon slowly lowered his rifle all the way, and we stood there watching for a few seconds. The werewolf straightened again, wiped dirt off one claw against its leg, and walked toward the edge of the yard with the shovel over its shoulder. "I can't even go outside for a bit of moon air and plant my damn tomatoes without idiots running about trying to shoot me and whatnot," the werewolf muttered as it shook its fist at us, and then it disappeared fully into the tree line. Brandon exhaled hard. "We almost shot him." "Yeah," I said. "He was holding the shovel," Brandon said. He looked toward the dark trees where the werewolf had gone. "What if we killed him?" he asked. "Be glad we didn't," I replied. He nodded slowly. "Now, remember, most of them are bad. But every once in a while, you find one that just wants to be left alone. Rule 4 exists because your job isn't to kill everything with fur and claws. It's to kill the ones that deserve it." Rule 5. If you see two of them fighting, leave them alone. You don't step between them. You don't take advantage of the distraction. You don't move closer for a clean shot. You back up. You wouldn't jump between two rabid dogs tearing at each other in a yard, would you? Now multiply that by 10. We learned that one outside Ironton, Ohio, 3 nights after the Forest Pack encounter. Call came in around 1:20 a.m. 2 different residents reported large animals fighting near an abandoned storage facility off State Route 93. One caller said it sounded like trucks crashing into each other. Accurate. Brandon and I pulled into the cracked asphalt lot and killed the headlights before we reached the chain-link fence. The moon was high and bright enough to cast hard shadows across the rows of metal roll-up doors. We heard it before we saw it. A deep, vibrating snarl. Then impact. Metal buckled somewhere in the darkness. Brandon said, "That's not one." We moved along the fence line and found a gap where the chain had been torn loose. I raised the thermal, and I scanned over the rows of units. 2 heat signatures, both enormous. They weren't circling, they were colliding. One slammed the other into a row of storage doors hard enough to dent the steel inward. The second wolf twisted, clamped its jaws into the first one's shoulder, and drove it sideways across the pavement. The sound wasn't howling. It was bone and muscle hitting metal. Brandon leaned forward. "They're distracted." The 2 wolves rolled across the asphalt,
claws tearing grooves into the surface. One got on top and drove its forearm down into the other's throat. The lower wolf kicked upward and sent them both crashing into a stack of plastic bins outside one of the units. The bins exploded into pieces. Brandon shifted his stance. "If we take the dominant one first..." "Back up," I interrupted. He looked at me like I was wasting an opportunity. That's the trap. Now, when two werewolves fight, it's not a duel. It's not about territory in a way you think. It's like a violent hierarchy correction. Whoever wins walks away stronger and meaner. And if you interrupt that process, both of them redirect at you. One of the wolves broke free and staggered backward, chest heaving. The other followed immediately, not giving it space, not letting it disengage. They slammed together again. The ground shook under our boots. Brandon took one cautious step forward through the fence gap. I grabbed the back of his vest, and I pulled him hard enough to make him stumble. "Do not go in there," I said. "They're right there." "And they will both turn on us if we move closer," I replied. As if to prove the point, the larger of the two wolves paused mid-strike and lifted its head. It sniffed the air. The smaller wolf twisted free and lunged again, but the larger one wasn't focused on it anymore. Its eyes shifted toward the fence line. Toward us. "Back," I said. We moved 5 steps away from the opening. The larger wolf shoved the smaller one aside and took 2 deliberate steps in our direction. The smaller wolf came at it from behind and sank its teeth into the back of its thigh. The larger wolf roared and spun, slamming the smaller one into a storage unit door so hard the metal bowed inward. And that's what saved us. If the second wolf hadn't re-engaged, the first one would have charged the fence. Brandon's breathing was fast now. The smaller wolf's leg bent in an unnatural angle under the larger one's weight. The larger wolf clamped its jaws around the smaller one's throat and drove it down out of the asphalt. There's a moment in those fights where it shifts from struggle to execution. You see the resistance fade. The larger wolf held its grip and shook once, and the smaller wolf went limp. Silence fell heavy and sudden across the lot. The standing wolf lifted its head slowly. Blood ran down its chest. One eye was half swollen shut. Its rib cage rose and fell in deep pulls. It turned fully toward the fence then. Toward us. And this is the part rookies get wrong. They think the fight weakened it. It didn't. It thinned competition. The wolf took a step forward, then another. It wasn't charging yet. It was deciding. I raised my shotgun but didn't step through the fence. Brandon brought his rifle up. "Wait for the angle," I said. The wolf advanced 3 more steps into the open lot, leaving the body behind. It lowered its head and let out a low growl. If we'd been 10 feet closer, it would have closed that distance before we could chamber another round. It crouched. That was the decision. I fired first. The slug hit high in the chest. The impact staggered it, but didn't stop the forward motion. Brandon fired half a second later, catching it across the lower ribs. It charged then. Not straight. It veered left, then right, testing the fence gap. I stepped sideways to widen my line, and I fired again, this time aiming for the open mouth. The slug punched through the upper jaw. The wolf slammed into the chain-link fence hard enough to make it rattle and sag. Brandon fired one last round into its neck. The body slid down the fence and went still. We held position for a full 10 seconds. No movement. No heat shifts on thermal. Just 2 massive shapes on the asphalt. Brandon lowered his rifle slowly. He looked through the fence at the torn-up lot, the gouges in the pavement, the bent metal doors, the body lying twisted near the storage units.
They weren't ignoring us, he said. They were prioritizing.
Well, you don't break up a fight between dogs, I began. You don't get between bears. And you don't put yourself into a werewolf fight thinking it's your moment. Brandon looked at the dead wolf slumped against the fence.
They multiply everything by 10, he said quietly.
Now, Rule 5 isn't about courage. It's about survival. If you see two of them fighting, you let them finish. And then you deal with what's left. Well, by the time we left the storage lot, the sun was lifting over the trees. The chain-link fence still sagged where one of them had slammed into it. The storage doors were bent inward, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to them. 2 bodies lay under tarps in the bed of my truck, heavy and still. By midday, deputies would file a report about wild animals. The dents would get blamed on vandals, and life would keep moving. Now, like I said, most werewolves are bad. Most of them don't try to live quietly. Most don't plant gardens. Most don't mind their own business. They move at night. They test fences, they circle houses. They kill. That's the part people are right to fear. But not all of them are the same. Every once in a while, you find one that isn't prowling, isn't stalking, one that looks irritated more than predatory when you shine a light on it. You learn to see the difference in how they stand, how they move, and whether they're coiled to strike or just trying to be left alone. You don't learn that from stories. You learn it from standing in enough yards and enough forest and enough empty parking lots to know what you're looking at. You learn it by surviving your mistakes. And you always remember the rules. You don't shoot until the transformation is complete. You don't follow one inside a building. You don't hunt alone on a full moon. You don't kill the wrong one. And if you see 2 of them fighting, you stay out of it. That's it. 5 rules. You follow them, or you become a lesson. My name's Abel. I'm a vampire hunter. It's not a job you apply for. No diploma, no orientation videos. It's something you're either born into, or you die figuring out. Me, I was born into it. Born and raised in rural Kansas, not near any city people think of when they picture the state. Just fields and fence posts, dirt roads, a few houses spread out like dots on an old map, 1 diner, 2 churches, 3 families that stayed put for 4 generations. Ours was one of them. My folks were honest about why they had me. It wasn't love or planning or a miracle. They had me because the line needed to keep going. The way other families hand down farmland or debt, mine handed down sharpened stakes and books with handwritten notes in the margins. They told me when I was 5 that I was the next in line. I didn't go to college, never even filled out an application. My school counselor tried to talk to me once about scholarships and careers. She had this brochure in her hand, something with a smiling kid holding a laptop on a campus lawn. I told her it wasn't going to happen. She thought I meant we couldn't afford it. I didn't bother correcting her. Let her think it was about the money. The truth would have made her very uncomfortable, and I've never been the type to talk more than I have to. I wasn't raised like other kids. I didn't have baseball practice or summer camps. I had morning drills with Dad. Every Saturday at dawn, rain or shine, he'd wake me up, hand me a wooden dowel the size of a sword handle, and we'd practice. Not flashy, movie-style stuff, just stance, grip, movement. He taught me how to move my feet so I wouldn't trip in gravel. Taught me how to read signs in dirt. Taught me how to tell when a smile is too wide or when someone's voice is a little too smooth. That's one of the first things you learn. Vampires don't all act the same. They don't all wear black or slink around like they've got something to hide. They adapt. They learn fast. Down south, they sing a lot. They've got these syrupy voices, like honey poured over warm cornbread. Sweet and slow. Folks let their guard down real easy down there. In Boston, they're a little different. Rude, even. Talk fast, move faster. Can't waste time when the city doesn't sleep. In Asia, they're more connected, networked, less individual predators, and more like cells in a bigger thing. That part scares me more than anything. Cities, that's where the worst ones hide. They've been there longer. They've learned how to blend. Some run companies. Others work late-night shifts. The longer they're around people, the more natural they seem. You might be wondering if I resented it. The training, the pressure, the strange lifestyle. I didn't. I still don't. I never had that weird teenage crisis of who am I or what do I want to be. I knew. I always knew. When my friends were flipping through career books, I was memorizing bloodlines. When they went to prom, I was practicing how to disable someone without killing them. I didn't envy them. I didn't even think they were wrong. Just different. It's not a glamorous life. No awards, no recognition. Nobody throws you a parade when you stop something very bad from spreading. You just pack up and drive to the next place. But there's something clean about it. Something honest. When I hunt, I know exactly who I am. There's no guesswork, no pretending. I don't lie to myself about the world being fair or people always being good way deep down. I see things as they are. My mom taught me that part. She wasn't a hunter like my dad. She was the researcher. She tracked patterns, kept logs, wrote down everything they learned, what worked, what didn't, what changed from place to place. She'd sit at the kitchen table late into the night, poring over old cases. Her handwriting sharp and neat, like every letter mattered. She'd say things like, "They get smarter every year," or, "You have to listen more than you talk." Dad handled the fighting. Mom handled the thinking. And I learned both. Some people think hunting's all about strength. It's not. It's about patience, about listening, about knowing when not to act. Sometimes you wait 3 weeks in a town without doing a damn thing, just watching, listening, following a trail that might not lead anywhere. But if you're lucky and quiet and careful, you'll find something. And if you're not careful, it'll find you first. I've been at it on my own for, 7 years now, since I was a teen. Dad passed away before I finished my training, but he left enough behind for me to keep going. Notes, letters, tips on places to avoid, people to trust. There's a woman in Ohio who makes custom weapons, a trucker who runs supplies across state lines, no questions asked, a preacher in Louisiana who can tell when someone's not quite human. These aren't friends, they're contacts. That's another thing you learn. You don't get too close to anyone. Sooner or later, you'll have to leave. Or bury them. I'm writing this down now because, someone has to. Mom kept records. She said memory fades, but ink lasts. It's my turn now. Every little thing matters. Patterns, words, faces. Someday, someone else will need this. Like I did. So I write it all down. My name is Abel. I'm a vampire hunter. And these are my stories. I was 18 the first time I killed a vampire. That age where you don't feel like a kid anymore, but you still think like one. You're out of school, no longer told where to go or when to wake up, and yet you haven't really lived anything. There's a strange confidence that comes with that in between. You believe you're ready for the world, mostly because you don't know what the world is capable of. My father used to say that 18 was a dangerous age. You have energy and instinct, but your judgment hasn't caught up yet. He called it the edge and said everyone has to fall off at once. For me, it happened in rural Kansas, inside a church basement that had gone sour without anyone noticing. I was staying in town to help one of my dad's old friends fix a roof and look into some local rumors. Nothing official, just quiet work, watching from a distance. But trouble never follows your calendar. It shows up when it wants to. After service one Sunday morning at St. Luke's, the local priest pulled me aside near the gravel parking lot. His shirt collar was loose, and his hands shook when he spoke. He didn't ask questions or explain himself, just passed me a folded piece of paper and told me to read it later. Alone. I waited until I was a few blocks away before I opened it. The handwriting was messy. It read, "I believe something is hiding in the basement. Please come after dark, and do not bring anything that looks like a weapon." That last part told me the priest had a gut feeling about what he was dealing with. He didn't know the rules, not in full, but he understood enough to keep quiet and not make a scene. I returned to the church the next evening, just after sundown. The main doors were locked, but the priest met me at the side entrance near the rectory garden. He didn't say much. We walked through the narrow back hallway, past classrooms and storage closets, and eventually came to the stairs behind the altar that led to the basement. Then he left, telling me he couldn't bear to find out what devil had been haunting the basement. He offered a prayer, and back up he went. As soon as I stepped down the first few steps, I could feel the shift in the air. The wood underfoot creaked more than it should have, and the temperature dropped with each level. I stopped at a narrow door marked storage. I opened it with a brass key the priest had given me, and stopped. There were empty blood bags, medical grade, scattered nearby, torn apart with sharp teeth and carelessness. The light overhead was dim and flickering, but I could make out a figure crouched in the corner, partially hidden by an old wire rack. He was humming. Not a melody I recognized, just a soft, slow sound, like he was keeping rhythm with his breath. As I stepped closer, I saw him more clearly. A man in a tailored vest with his sleeves rolled to the elbow, kneeling over a half-torn blood bag. He didn't see me. That's something they do. When they feed, they lose their awareness. It's a moment of weakness, kind of like being drunk. They forget their predators, forget the world outside is their prey. My father taught me that if you ever catch one in that state, you don't hesitate, and you don't wait for it to turn and recognize you. You act. I stepped forward fast and drove the sharpened chair leg I'd been carrying into the upper back, aiming low between the shoulder blades. The man jerked violently. His body collapsed onto the floor in a heavy sprawl. I pulled the stake out and struck again, this time straight through the middle. He twitched once, then stopped moving. The vampire didn't look special in death. No claws, no monstrous transformation. Just a man in clean clothes with a little blood on his collar, until his body began to break down. Within seconds, the skin cracked, the muscle caved in, and he disintegrated into a pile of fine ash. The smell hit me next, sharp and bitter, like coffee grounds soaked in cheap alcohol. It stung the nose, clean and unnatural. I left the room and locked the door behind me. The priest was waiting upstairs, pacing in the hallway. When he saw my face, he stopped. "It's done. You don't have to worry about him anymore," I said. He opened his mouth like he wanted to ask a question, but nothing came out. and I gave him a warning before I left. Don't open your doors to strangers anymore. If someone stops outside and asks to come in, even if they sound friendly, even if they look like they belong, do not let them pass the threshold. If they were human, they wouldn't have to ask, I said. My father came into town the following day. I didn't go into detail. He could read the aftermath without being told. It wasn't a hard case to solve. Just a simple stray vampire with no backup and no real plan. The kind that slips into a place unnoticed and feeds quietly until someone gets wise. It was more like taking out a nest of bugs than anything else. No mess, no moral knots to untangle. We spent the day reinforcing the church, replacing logs, spreading salt in the corners, and fixing the window frames. When it was done, he dusted off his hands and looked at me. Then he gave me a single pat on the back. And that was the moment I knew that I wasn't on the edge anymore. I'd gone over. There wasn't any going back to before. Not mentally, not spiritually, not in any way that counted. I'd crossed the line. The next one happened when I was up north in Chicago. I was there on business. But I'll admit something. I like the city. The lights made everything glow like it was on fire, and the buildings stretched so tall, they looked like they were leaning over you. I love the buzz of it. The mess, the noise, the way everyone always seemed just a little pissed off, but, never surprised. The people don't hide who they are, and that went a long way with me. They'd curse you out, cut in front of you in line, and maybe even shoulder you without an apology. But they meant what they said. You didn't have to waste time figuring them out. And the food? The best I ever had came out of a kitchen that could barely fit the chef himself. I ate standing up in an alley behind the place because the shop had no seating. Didn't matter. The bread was still warm, and the meat had this spice that stayed on your tongue like it was making a case for itself. Even now, I remember the taste better than most of the faces. But I wasn't there for a vacation. I'd been tracking a vampire that had slipped out from Oak Brook. Mid-level parasite, smart enough to relocate before people caught on. I followed its trail to a nightclub on the west side, the kind that didn't bother with signage or security. You only got in if someone thought you were cool enough or dangerous enough. I wasn't either, but I knew how to look like I belonged. The place was packed, people sweating under pulsing lights, music thudding loud enough to blur your thoughts. I was on the second-level walkway, keeping eyes on the far corner where my mark had disappeared half an hour earlier. He was the type that moved slow in crowds, like he was walking through fog. Real vampires do that sometimes. They never rush anymore. Not like us humans living on borrowed time. And then, just as the bass dropped into another song, I heard a gunshot from the alley outside. It cracked against the back wall like a whip, sharp and unmistakable. Some people turned. Most didn't. I didn't wait. I slipped out the back entrance. In the alley, I saw two figures. One of them was already running, fast and crooked, stumbling down the narrow lane toward the street. The other was standing still, silver gun raised, smoke still curling from the barrel. I moved in quickly and looked down at the pavement near the doorway. The blood on the ground wasn't pooling. It was sizzling where it hit the concrete. And that was all I needed to see. Only one kind of blood does that. "You shot a vampire," I said. The kid turned to me, probably around 17 or 18, wearing a jacket with too many pockets and a patch on the sleeve I didn't recognize. His hands were slightly shaking, not from fear it looked like, but from adrenaline. He was riding the high of it. "Damn right I did. I clipped him, I think," he said. I stepped closer. Yeah, you don't shoot in a crowd. You don't fire in a nightclub alley where they're still feeding and you have no clue how many are inside. You shoot, it runs, and now it's hungry and pissed off with no leash. I said. He raised an eyebrow like I just insulted his mother. You a hunter? Vampire hunter, yeah. You? I replied. He gave a half smile, then pointed to the patch on his sleeve. Institute. Monster Division. Name's Milo. And that was when it all made sense. Vampire hunters and monster hunters, we don't mix well. We're cousins, not brothers. Same family tree, but on branches that don't speak unless they have to. I was homeschooled, in a way. Trained by my father, who was trained by his father, tested by small-town cases and long drives. These Institute kids, they go to training camps and sleep in bunkhouses, write field reports, and do tests on werewolves in glass cages. I mean, come on. I've never liked the way they walk into a place with their heads already full of theory. Dad said they'd increased their efforts in recruitment the last 7 years. In my opinion, that just meant the newer ones were more full of shit. Milo looked at me and shrugged. Whatever, man. It's handled. No, dude, it's not. It got away, I began. That's not handled. You left a live one with no plan, no tail, no scent trail, and a wound to remind it who burned it, I said. He made some smart-ass comment I don't remember word for word. Something about how I sounded like a dad who used to walk uphill both ways. I didn't respond. There wasn't any point. I spent the next 4 days tracking the one he'd let slip. I followed a missing persons report that matched the profile. The vampire had holed up in a shuttered apartment complex near the edge of Little Village, a place scheduled for demolition that never quite got there. No one checked it anymore. The door was chained shut from the outside, but the inside told me everything I needed to know. The smell of decay was thick. There were drag marks on the floor, dry blood trails leading down into the basement. I marked the door frames, set the garlic smoke canister near the stairwell, and laid sage at each window crack. When the time came, I lit the fuse and waited. The smoke went down first, thick and sharp, designed to disorient and sting. I followed right after, stake in hand, ears tuned to movement. He came out of the dark fast, but not fast enough. His face was half burned from the herbs, eyes watering, body uncoordinated. The stake hit home on the second try. He made a gurgling sound and collapsed without ceremony. I stayed for a long while after that, just to make sure no one else was hiding. I never saw Milo again in Chicago. He probably got sent to some other city, or back to whatever institute dorm they were keeping him in. Now, most of my tips come from people, regular ones. A bartender who noticed a regular stopped drinking. A janitor who found weird stains in a school basement. A pawn shop owner who swore a guy pawned a Rolex soaked in something that wasn't water. But when I'm in a city, I have one guy I go to first. Zazo. He's a goblin. Lives in the sewer systems under the city. Says he likes the smell. And I don't question it. Zazo's not exactly friendly, but he's reliable. You give him what he wants, and he tells you everything. He doesn't take cash, and he doesn't care about favors. He only wants 2 things: fresh apple beer and full-size Snickers bars. Has to be both. One without the other, and he'll throw it back at you. He's done it to me a couple times. This time, I brought 2 6-packs and a plastic bag with 6 bars, still cold from the cooler. He sniffed them both before he even looked me in the eye. You finally bring me the real kind, or did you get that light crap again? He said. Yeah, it's regular apple beer, and 6 whole Snickers full size. You counted last time, I said. Zazo let out a wheezing sound that might have been a laugh. He took the bag and popped one of the beers open using his sharp little teeth. He drank half of it in one go, foam sticking to his chin like shaving cream.
All right. You brought what I like. What do you want?
He asked. I told him about a small suburban neighborhood on the edge of the city. Quiet place. Nothing remarkable. But lately, the police blotter had started filling up with low-level crimes. Break-ins, missing pets, theft, minor arson. More troubling was the spike in homeless disappearances. People thought it was a coincidence or maybe a serial killer. I knew better. When the most vulnerable start disappearing first, it usually means something is feeding. Zazo nodded slowly as I spoke, his eyes narrowing with each word.
Yeah, you're right. Something's in the water. Word is a coven's been growing fast. Got too big for their old holes, so they've been spreading out. City to city, tasting what's new. Trying to get smarter, he said.
He licked chocolate off his fingers before continuing.
Well, they're not all together. The coven, it's like a big tree. You've got the root, but 100 branches. You're looking at one of those small branches, a side group. Greedy little freaks. Didn't wait for orders. Just marched in and started feeding.
Where? I asked.
He grinned. Abandoned laundromat. East side. It's a front. No one washes clothes there. Not even the rats. It's the entrance to their nest. And your problem is only gonna get worse. They're sloppy. They're high on blood. And they think no one's watching.
I nodded and stood up. He watched me gather my things.
You know, other hunters come to this city, but none of them respect the value of the informant. They think they can all do it themselves. Kick doors, swing swords, shoot monsters in the middle of the street. Bunch of amateurs, he said.
I handed him another Snickers. Well, that's why I come to you first. He tucked the candy into a pouch on his hip and looked proud, like a king getting tribute. He didn't say goodbye. He never does. I spent the next 3 days planning the bust. These things can't be rushed. Monsters in groups are more dangerous than alone. They get confident. They start organizing. If you take them head on without prep, someone dies. And I've buried too many someones already. I scouted the building first. It looked dead from the outside. Half the windows boarded, signage faded to the point of invisibility. The door was chained shut, but I could see movement inside at night. Not much, just enough to confirm they weren't keeping normal hours. I called in a few people I trusted. One of them was a gear tech who specialized in detection equipment, old Institute dropout who preferred freelancing. Another was a field medic who'd patched me up more than once. I reached out to an Institute hunter for backup. I try to avoid working with them unless I have to, but a good hunter is a good hunter, even if he files reports after. We met twice before the operation. We had garlic canisters, UV flash units, stakes, blades, and enough salt to make the whole place unfriendly for anything with fangs. I went over every escape route, every possible complication, and what to do if the place turned out to be deeper than expected. When the day came, it was God's good Sunday. Morning felt clean, bright sun, families out walking. A perfect day to pretend nothing was wrong. We rolled out quiet. 3 vehicles spaced out over 6 blocks. The laundromat was in a pocket of old buildings and empty storefronts, the kind of spot people pass without noticing. As we approached, I felt that shift again. That sense that something lived behind the walls that didn't belong to our world. I'd felt it before. Never gets easier. I stood across the street for a moment, looking at the chipped paint and rusted siding. The windows were dark. No sound came from inside. No movement either. But I knew better. I could feel it in my teeth. The whole place was tense. "You ready?" the Institute guy asked, tightening his vest straps. I didn't answer right away. I was looking at the cracked sign above the door. Spin City Laundry in faded red letters. Probably hadn't run a washer in 10 years. I adjusted the strap on my pack, checked the stake at my side, and gave a single nod. We surrounded the place just after noon. Streets were mostly empty. The kind of quiet that makes you second guess how loud your boots are. There were 5 of us. I took point on the front door with the Institute guy watching my 6. 2 others circled around back to seal off the alley. The last stayed posted on the side in case anything tried to slip out through the basement windows. We laid garlic along the back wall and window sills. It burns their lungs and eyes, but that's not always enough. Silver is better. Some say real silver is God's metal, that no matter what kind of monster you're dealing with, it burns them the same. Vampire, ghoul, siren, even the nice ones that just want to be left alone. Doesn't matter. Silver makes them bleed and scream. It's like we were given one thing, just one, to defend ourselves with. Something they can't undo or outgrow. Their speed, their teeth, their unnatural power doesn't mean much when silver touches them. I loaded my gun with silver rounds and gave the signal. A sharp wave of my hand down and a short nod. Then we moved. The front door led straight into the laundromat. Cracked tile floor, 3 dead machines, a broken vending unit, and fluorescent lights that blinked. We cleared the front quickly. Nothing there but mildew and bad wiring. The real action was behind the false wall, through a busted outdoor frame where the plaster had been torn off and a narrow hall led into the attached house. It was hotter in there, thick with smoke. Someone had been burning incense non-stop, a heavy mix of dried herbs that clung to your skin and made your head swim. The air stung my eyes. I pulled up a cloth mask over my nose and motioned for the others to do the same. And then I saw them. People, at least 10, maybe more, scattered through the living room and into the hallway. All of them were unconscious, or close to it. Some curled into cushions, like they'd passed out mid-conversation. Most were women and unhoused men. All of them had pale skin and dark stains at the neck. Not fresh wounds, just slow, steady feeding. They were being kept in a fog, breathing in sedatives while their blood was taken little by little. I gave the signal, sharp and short. We moved in silently, each of us grabbing one person at a time and carrying them out. I watched every exit as my team moved back and forth like clockwork. One by one, the bodies were hauled out and laid onto tarps in the lot out front, where the medic could check vitals and prep IV drips. Most of them would live, though I'd bet a few wouldn't remember much beyond a blur of heat and sleep. Once the last victim was out, I motioned for 2 men to follow me. We cleared the hallway and turned the corner, where a stairwell climbed to a 2nd floor. The carpet was matted with dirt and dark spots. I stepped lightly, gun raised. At the top of the stairs was the master bedroom. The door was halfway open, and something inside moved. I stepped in first. The room was dim. Thick curtains blocked out the sun. In the corner, crouched low over a figure slumped on a stained mattress, was a vampire. It didn't turn when we entered. Its face was buried against the victim's neck, body hunched, back rising and falling as it drank. The victim was still twitching, a young man, probably homeless, dragged off the street like the others. We didn't speak. I fired first. The silver round caught the vampire in the shoulder. The second man fired a moment after me, catching it in the hip. The creature howled and turned towards us, blood still dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were wide, more animal than human. It lunged. The third bullet missed, It knocked my partner down with a blow across the head and leapt for me. I didn't wait. I pulled the trigger again. The fourth bullet hit straight through the heart. It froze mid-motion, mouth still parted. Then it dropped. We stood still for a moment, guns still raised. My teammate on the ground cursed under his breath and sat up slowly. I pulled him back toward the wall and told him to sit still until the medic arrived. He nodded, eyes glassy. I was about to call it in when I heard something small from across the room. A faint thump. I turned and followed the sound to the bedroom closet. Inside, curled up on a pile of old towels, was a girl, 12 maybe. Thin arms, scraped knees, dirt on her face. She wore a UCLA t-shirt that was much too big for her, the kind of shirt you might find in a donation bin or on a sale rack for 50 cents. She didn't scream. She just looked at me with wide eyes and didn't move. "You're safe," I said. She didn't answer right away. Her eyes went wide, and her hands gripped the hem of the oversized shirt. I kept my voice low and steady. "What's your name?" I asked.
Maya.
"Hi, Maya. I'm Abel." She nodded, still not blinking. "Can you tell me how you got here?" I asked.
I don't know. A man said I could wait inside for my mom. He said it was warm. And then I woke up in the closet."
"You did good, Maya. You stayed quiet." I held out my arms. "Is it okay if I carry you?" She nodded again, slower this time. When I lifted her, she wrapped one arm around my neck, weak but sure. "You're gonna be all right. We're taking you to someplace safe," I said. Outside, the team cleared a space. We laid her gently onto a stretcher. She was breathing steady. The medic looked over her and nodded. I stayed long enough to ride with her to the Hunter-sanctioned hospital on the edge of town. The staff knew what to do. Discreet, fast, trained to handle situations like this without asking questions they didn't want answers to. I stayed until she was stable, then slipped out before press or family could show up. The case was closed. Victims rescued. Threat eliminated. Everyone would sleep a little easier, at least for a while. But I made a note in my journal that night. There was only one vampire in the house. One. That didn't sit right with me. A whole coven doesn't move in and only leave one behind. That's not how they operate. After the job, I stuck around for a few extra days, worked with the Institute guys to access their older reports, cross-check missing persons cases, feeding patterns, relocation logs. Then I called my mom. She still keeps tabs on movement trends, even in retirement. Between her notes and what I saw, the pattern was clear. Covens have been moving more. Not just growing, but spreading out, shifting territory, faster and more coordinated than before. That means one thing. There's more work ahead. Well, I'm 30 now. My friends, the few I've kept, like to joke that I'm going gray around the sideburns. They say I'm aging like a war veteran, 10 years ahead of schedule. I tell them it's just the lighting. Truth is, they're right, and I don't mind. You don't do this job expecting to look young forever. You do it knowing every year you get is earned. Zazo's still around, same as always. Still in the sewer. Still picky about his apple beer. Still counting the Snickers bars before he talks. He says I'm the only one who brings the good kind. The kind with the crunchy peanuts and no funny labels. I bring him what he asks for, and he keeps me in the loop. There are worse arrangements. As for me, I'm still out there. Still chasing things that most people don't want to know exist. Still watching alleyways, checking basements, taking quiet calls from voices that are too afraid to go to the police. The cities change, the names, the faces, the news cycles, they move fast. But the monsters don't. They're patient. They wait. And as long as they're out there, I'll be hunting. All I ever wanted was a dog. That may be hard for some of you to believe, but it's true. Guess what my first word was? I'll give you one try, and here's the hint. It wasn't a cat. Now granted, I said doggy and not dog, but same difference. Yep, before saying mom or dad or Santa Claus or whatever it is that children say when they finally decided to move their mouths, I made it clear I was a dog person. Now here's the cruelty of it. My mother hated dogs. Wasn't her fault exactly. She'd been bitten as a kid by a golden retriever of all things. Yes, imagine Air Bud giving my poor sweet mother a lifelong terror of one of life's best creations. I asked her about it when I was older. She said it was a neglectful younger couple. Left their dog outside all the time for years on a small chain tied to a tree. I can understand why I was angry. That's not any life for a dog, especially something as smart as a golden. Well, one evening Mom was walking by. Maybe it wanted company because it snapped that leash off, ran right at her, and bit her on the ankle. She said it drew blood. Nothing terrible or anything, but it was enough to scar her for life. So anyway, you can imagine that my mom was less than thrilled by my first word. I mean, how does that even happen exactly? We didn't even have a dog. She'd never allowed dogs over. My mom couldn't figure it out. She must have racked her head good on that one. Eventually, she just defaulted to, must have left the TV on and some stupid dog movie was playing. Tell you the truth, though, I don't think that was it. I think it was something more. And I suppose that's where our story begins. Well, try as I might, I could not get Mom to let me have a dog. 3 times I tried to bring a dog home. Serious tries, at least. 7, if you count the more stupid ideas. And every time I brought one home, or tried to dog sit for a neighbor, or anything, Mom would freak out and say, absolutely not under any circumstances. And we'd stay mad at each other for exactly 24 hours. Not sure why it worked like that, but it did. Now, there are positives and negatives to childhood. Good things and bad. The good, you don't have to get a job, you don't have to worry about the stock market, and you don't have to show up to a job you hate 20 years in a row. You can play baseball outside as late as you want, go on adventures, not worry about a damn thing. But, and this is a big one, if your mom absolutely hates dogs, there is not a thing you can do about it. On May 20th, 2010, that all changed. I turned 18. And by 6 a.m., I'd packed my bags, thrown them into a rusty Ford Cavalier outside I got for $1,100, and was headed to the local animal shelter. Now, over the previous year, I had stopped by Angel's Animal Shelter no less than 19 times. I ended up getting a part-time job there, around visit number 6. Nothing glamorous, mostly cleaning cages, walking dogs, restocking food bins. Fred said if I was going to be haunting the place anyway, might as well get paid for it. So I did. I worked Saturdays and a few afternoons after school, just enough to keep gas in the Cavalier and my foot in the door. It was kind of torture though, because when I saw a dog I liked, what exactly could I do? I could just wait and wait. By now, I knew every face in the kennel, or at least I thought I did. Hey there, youngster. Fred grinned as I parked the Cavalier. Badly, I might add. Is it that time already? Man, a year flew by, huh? You kidding me? I began. This year was slow. Longest year of my life, I replied. Well, it's a good thing you're only 18 then, Fred grinned. You'll have longer years, trust me. Fred was average height, a little heavyset, looking to be going on, I think, 60. He was the owner, the manager, and janitor, and whatever else needed to be done in the place. We'd gotten along well from the start, and he knew today was going to be a challenge. Any newcomers? I asked. Fred shook his head, taking a sip of coffee from a world's best boss mug, which he most certainly got himself. Since 8 p.m. last night? No, I think not. If anyone knows this entire roster, it's you, kid. I nodded, deep in thought. Fred took out his Grateful Dead key loop, found the right one, and with a slow creak, the kennel door opened. We began our rounds. Well, Border Collie? Maybe. German Shepherd? Maybe. You know which one? Maybe. Fred chuckled. I paced, looking through each door, and just then something strange happened. I heard a new bark. There was a room at the very end of the corridor, storage, I thought. I'd never seen any dogs kept back there. But that bark definitely came from behind it. Hey, Frank, that come from that room way back there? No. You sure? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another dog in that back room, Frank. He sighed, pulled out his key ring again, and walked slowly towards the back room and the sound. There's something wrong with this one, he began. He can take a look, but we gotta put him down next week. Angriest animal I have ever seen. He bites someone? I asked, as Frank fiddled with his keychain, still searching. No, nothing like that. Damn thing just showed up here last week. Stood outside in the back lot and growled something terrible at everyone who came near it. Took damn near 3 hours, but I wrangled him in here. At least it wasn't far. Frank pushed the doorway open halfway, then paused. I am serious, kid. You can take a look and see for yourself, but you ain't getting this one. Angriest animal I have ever seen, and I have seen some doozies. Don't let anyone near it, so stay back, see for yourself, and... Before Frank could finish, I'd pushed the old steel door open the rest of the way, and taken a quick step in. Kinda dark in here now. Yeah, light's busted. I'm working on it, he replied. Taking another step forward, I saw a tall cage, floor to ceiling, about 4 feet in front of me, though I couldn't see anything inside. Having no fear of dogs and being curious, I quickly stepped forward, pressing my face near the bars of the cage. Hey, don't... Fred began, but it was too late. I had made a terrible mistake. The beast had taken that opportunity to rush forward out of the darkness, leap onto the bars of the cage where my face was, and lick me. I laughed. I'll be damned, Frank muttered. The beast paced the bars inside, gently whining as it looked up at me. A note closer. Hey, don't do that, Fred continued, but he was too late. It walked closer, put its paws against the bars, and licked my face again. I placed my hand on his head, rubbed it, and we just sat for a few moments. Oh, I don't get it, but you're still not keeping this thing. Not safe. What is he? I asked. I don't know. I had to guess, I'd say part German Shepherd, part wolf. You can tell from the paws and the eyes. I continued to pet the thing. He'd laid down against the bars, put his head on the floor, and closed his eyes like he trusted me. Look, kid, doesn't matter if for some reason he likes you. You can't take this one. He's a mess, angry as hell, and according to Ordinance Number 94, no citizen in Sheffield County can legally own a wolf. Well, I guess we're gonna have to keep it to ourselves then, I replied. And you don't even know for sure he's a wolf anyway. Kid, you aren't? All right, Fred, give me his papers. I'll take him, I said, cutting him off again as I rubbed the dog's head. Frank looked down at the floor and said, "Your mother is gonna kill me." Now, my Uncle Todd had a small cabin down by the lake. Had been in the family for years, though I'd only been there once. It was an old, run-down place about 7 miles off the highway, but it had electricity, running water, and most importantly, I could have a dog. Todd said I could have the place as long as I liked, as long as I cleaned it up a bit, fixed a thing or two, and left it better off than when I'd found it. Fair enough, I thought. The beast, I still hadn't named him yet, sat upright in the back seat of my Cavalier, looking out at the trees and calm water of the lake as we passed. He didn't bark, didn't pant, didn't make a sound, actually. Just stared out the window in total silence. When we arrived at the cabin, it was late afternoon. I opened the car door to let him out, said, "Come on, boy." And that was that. He jumped out, licked the side of my pants, and was close by my side as I opened the trunk and got out supplies. A couple big jugs of water, just in case, a couple days worth of canned food and noodles. I forgot dog food, I said. "I guess you're eating noodles, dude." He seemed to be okay with that. I walked up the muddy drive and stepped onto the porch of the old cabin. "All right, come on, boy," I called. But he didn't move. He'd followed me thus far, but now he stood right at the precipice of the first wooden step, and he'd go no further. He growled up at me. No, not at me. At something behind me. It took some pushing and beef jerky, but I managed to get the dog inside, though he was not happy about it. We went through the old place together. I planned to stay here over the summer, so I wanted to take inventory. As I said, the cabin hadn't been used in years, and the more I went through it, the more I realized why. It started to rain around mid-afternoon. The droplets of water bouncing off the tin roof were calming, but they came with a problem. Leaks. A lot of leaks. 5, in fact, but fortunately my Uncle Todd had left a fair share of buckets, and it was easy enough to plop one under each drip. 2 in the kitchen, 1 in the guest bedroom directly onto the bed, which looked to have about 200 years of dust on the yellowed sheets, 1 in the living area directly in front of the fireplace, and 1 in the bathroom that fortunately happened to fall directly into the sink, saving me a bucket. If you've ever lived in a leaky house, it's not a nice feeling. Comes with constant vigilance, stress, and likely mold. But you get used to it after a while. It's always annoying, but I suppose it becomes less annoying. I don't know. What I do know is that the leaks weren't critical anymore. They were contained, and that was good enough for me. With the rain came the cold, but a few dry twigs, newspapers, an old log, and a box of matches, and we were off to the races. The fireplace in the main area roared to life, and I plopped down on the couch. The dog lay down between me and the fireplace and closed his eyes like this had always been his home. "Wolf," I said suddenly. He looked up at me. "You know, I have really been overthinking this. Your name should be Wolf." He turned his giant head sideways at me and thought, and then closed his eyes and turned back to the fireplace. He seemed to agree. Wolf it is. I shook out an old blanket, set it down on the old couch near Wolf, and we both drifted off to sleep. I awoke to a low growl, and it took me a moment to get my bearings. Right. Cabin, fireplace, Wolf. A flash of lightning, and then a low rumble lit up the cabin window above the porch. Wolf got up and trotted over cautiously to peer outside. Thunder,
louder this time. "What is it?" I asked him.
He looked over at me, then quickly back out towards the storm. I was glad he was here. He didn't bark, didn't whine, just kept staring through the foggy glass into the rain. Another flash of lightning, and for half a second, I thought I saw something. Not movement, not a person, just a shape. Tall, upright, and then it was gone. I stood slowly, walked toward the window, leaned over Wolf to get a better look. Nothing. Just the trees swaying and the black lake beyond. "You saw something?" I asked him. He didn't move, but his ears twitched. And that's when I heard something. A thumping sound. It wasn't thunder. It came again 5 seconds later. Heavy, dull, like something dragging a tree trunk through mud. Not fast, not frantic, just deliberate. I reached over to the kitchen counter and clicked off the lantern, letting the room fall into shadow. Another flash of lightning, and this time I saw it clearly. Something stepped between two trees, maybe 20 yards from the porch. It moved on two legs, but it wasn't a person. It was hunched, long-armed, with something hanging off its back. Looked like fur. Its face. I couldn't see a face. Just blank. Like the skin didn't fold right. Like it'd been pulled tight over something it didn't belong to. Wolf growled low. I moved to the fireplace and picked up one of the tools. It wasn't much, but it was solid, and it felt better than standing there with empty hands. I could see the creature take a step closer. I couldn't see it clearly anymore, but I heard it. Mud sucking underfoot. Something heavy brushing past low-hanging branches. And then I heard it on the porch. Wolf stood. His fur bristled down his spine. Something touched the doorknob. I tightened my grip and backed slowly toward the hallway. The knob began to turn. Left, right. And then it stopped. Silence. I held my breath. Wolf let out a low, vibrating growl, his body stiffening like a statue. And then, the front door slammed open so hard it cracked against the wall behind it. Wind burst in, flinging leaves, dirt, and rain in the cabin. And standing in the doorway, framed by lightning and the dark trees behind it, was this thing. Its head tilted sideways, like it was trying to understand what it was looking at. Wolf lunged and crashed into its legs with a snarl, driving it back onto the porch. The thing shrieked like metal shearing against glass, and they tumbled into the rain. Wolf bit into its arm, shaking with everything he had. The creature slammed him against the ground once and then twice, and Wolf yelped but didn't let go. I raised the fireplace poker, stepped into the rain, and it looked at me. It didn't have eyes. It let go of Wolf and took one step toward me, and I swung as hard as I could. It connected with a wet crack, like hitting soaked leather. The thing barely flinched. It swiped back, claws cutting through my shirt, slicing near my ribs. I stumbled back into the doorway and hit the floor hard. Wolf hit it again, this time going for the legs. It hissed, and then it was just gone. The whole thing was maybe 30 seconds. I lay there, blinking upwards, rain dripping down my face. Wolf came and sat next to me, panting, soaked, shaking. I put my hand on his back. The fire was still crackling inside, barely. I didn't speak. The fire crackled low. Rain tapped against the walls like fingers drumming in thought. Then Wolf shifted. He let out a soft grunt and tried to stand, but his back leg buckled halfway. He yelped and dropped back down, panting hard. I moved to him quickly. Easy, buddy. That leg, his rear right, was already swelling. 3 long scratches trailed down his thigh, angry and red. He hadn't let on before, hadn't made a sound. Tough dog. But now, it wasn't walking far. I looked at the door, then at the window. The rain outside had turned to a sideways sheet, streaking past in waves. Thunder rumbled again, more distant this time. All right, we're not waiting around, I said aloud, more to myself than to him. I grabbed my keys, slung on a soaked hoodie, and looked over my shoulder. All right, come on, we're getting out of here. Wolf stood slowly, limped towards the door. I opened it, helped him down the steps. The wind shoved at us, rain slapping my face so hard I could barely keep my eyes open. The car sat where I left it, half sunk into the mud and gravel. I yanked open the back door and patted the seat. Okay, in. Wolf hesitated, then climbed in awkwardly, curling against the fabric with a low whine. I slammed the door and got in the driver's side. Keys in. Deep breath. No turnover. I twisted the key again. Dash lights flickered, then died. Come on. Nothing. No engine. Just rain. I shoved the door open and popped the hood, storm punching me in the chest as I stumbled to the front. Lifted it. The engine was soaked and cold, and the wires, they were shredded. The harness had been torn apart like spaghetti, gnawed through. Not clean, not like a knife. This was claws or teeth. Shit, I whispered. The rain was getting heavier. I could barely hear my own breathing. I looked around, and nothing but black trees and water. Something had been here. Maybe it was still here. I dropped the hood, hard. Got back in the car, with Wolf watching me, his breathing shallow. It's no good. We're not going anywhere, I said. I looked at his leg again. There was no way we'd make a hike in this weather. I could see barely 5 feet ahead. Slippery rock trails, flooded gullies, branches falling left and right. And I wasn't leaving him behind. That wasn't even an option. I reached over, scratched his head once, then quickly opened the door again. All right, come on. Back inside. We limped together slowly to the cabin, soaked to the bone. My clothes clung cold and heavy. Wolf slipped once on the porch step, whined, but kept moving. I shut the door behind us and threw the latch. The inside felt warmer somehow. Still awful, still terrifying, but less exposed. Okay. All right, we're staying. The front door was cracked where it slammed open. I touched the frame, splintered. One hinge loose. It would barely hold another hit. So I started barricading. Old dresser, flipped and shoved against the door. Coffee table on its side. The couch dragged in from the corner. Anything heavy I could move with my own 2 hands got stacked, wedged, or leaned. The window was worse. Glass shattered. Frame bowed. I tore down an old cabinet door from the kitchen wall and nailed it over the hole with bent nails and a hammer I found in a drawer. Not airtight, but hopefully enough to slow something down. Thunder rolled again, closer this time. I found another blanket and tossed it over Wolf. He licked his paw, but didn't protest. I looked at the fireplace. The flames were dying. Good, good, I thought. Let it go dark. Let it think we'd left. I sank to the floor next to him, back against the couch. My breath came slow, controlled. I could hear the wind press against the outside walls, hear the trees groaning in the storm. Every now and then, I thought I heard a footstep. Hopefully that was just the house settling. But maybe not. I didn't say anything else. We just waited. The storm raged against the walls like it wanted in. Wind pushed and howled through the gaps in the window frame, slapping rain sideways into the boards I'd hastily nailed up. The fire was down to embers. I left it that way. No need to advertise we were still in here. Wolf lay beside me, one leg tucked awkwardly under him, chest rising and falling in steady, shallow breaths. Every so often, his ears twitched, and his eyes flicked toward the walls. He wasn't sleeping tonight. Neither was I. And then came a new sound. Not thunder, not wind. Scraping. I froze. Wolf's head shot up. It was coming from the back of the cabin, low, dragging, just beneath the floorboards. The crawl space. Shit, I whispered. I stood slowly and crossed to the kitchen. Wolf tried to follow, but stumbled. I motioned him to stay. The sound continued, deliberate and slow. The back of the cabin had an old cellar-style trap hatch, led to the crawl space. I hadn't thought to check it earlier. I didn't even know if it was still latched. Apparently, the thing did. I stepped into the narrow hallway that led to the back door. The sound was louder here, right beneath my boots. My breath fogged in front of me. Another scrape, then a creak, wood flexing. I bolted to the end of the hall, threw open the narrow supply closet, and found the cellar latch inside. It was shifting. The hook lock, rusted and old, was bending outward. Something was pushing up from beneath. I slammed the closet shut, shoved my back against it, and screamed for Wolf. He limped into view just as I spotted a hammer and a box of nails on the counter. I grabbed both and drove 2 nails straight through the door frame and into the closet. And then the noise stopped. Silence. Just the sound of our breathing. And then headlights. Blue and red. I blinked hard, heart still racing. A cop car was pulling slowly up the muddy road, tires hissing through puddles. Its spotlight hit the front of the cabin, lighting up the entire porch in harsh white glare. Wolf growled, not as deep as before, more confused. I moved to the front window, careful not to step in the broken glass, and peeked through a crack in the boards. The cruiser rolled to a stop, and the driver's door opened. A man stepped out, mid-50s, stocky, one hand resting on his duty belt. He squinted at the cabin and pulled up his collar against the rain. "Hey, anyone in there?" he called. I looked at Wolf. He stared at me like he knew better. I opened the door anyway. "Hey!" I called. "Don't come closer!" The cop froze on the porch, hand moving instinctively to his sidearm. "Excuse me?" I live here. My uncle owns this place. Listen, there's something out there. You need to get back in your car and... All right. Look, this property's been listed vacant for years, kid. I know. Look, I can explain this later, okay? Right now, we need to go. There's something out here. It's not a person, okay? It's not... His expression shifted, eyes narrowing. He took a slow step forward. You say there's something out here? And then, in the flash of a lightning bolt, it was behind him. The creature stepped out of the woods like it'd been waiting for the cue. No growl, no screech, just fast. Its long arms reached around the cop's shoulders before he could even turn. Behind you, I said. But it was too late. It twisted. The cop's head turned too far, too fast, until it detached completely with a snap, and it thudded against the wet grass. I screamed. Wolf barked sharply behind me. The creature dropped the body like trash and raised its head, that blank, eyeless face locking onto me. I slammed the door and drove the last 2 nails I had into the frame with shaking hands. Wolf limped beside me, fur standing on end, growling low and constant. Outside, the radio from the cruiser crackled to life.
Unit 12, come in.
A wet, dragging sound passed across the porch. Then silence. Wolf and I backed away from the door, side by side, until our backs hit the far wall. The flashing lights still painted the walls in red and blue, but there was no one left inside that car. The radio kept crackling.
Unit 12, are you there?
Static.
Confirm status, copy.
I stood frozen, backed in the door. Wolf was beside me, growling low. The cabin felt too small now, too quiet. The kind of quiet that comes right before something bad happens. But there was one chance. The cruiser was still there. Lights still flashing, engine still running. I looked over at Wolf. He looked back, chest still heaving. Hurt, but he was alert. He was waiting for my move. I didn't speak. I just moved fast. I ripped the couch aside, shoved the dresser back just enough to squeeze through, and flung the door open. Rain poured in instantly, cold and blinding. But there was no sign of a thing. The porch was empty. The trees beyond were still. Okay, let's go. Wolf limped after me and down the steps, his good legs doing most of the work. I half ran, half slid through the mud toward the cruiser. Halfway there, I looked left. Movement. The creature was circling the house, slow and hunched, dragging its claws through the dirt like it was drawing something. It saw me, and then it charged. I yanked the cruiser door open and threw myself inside. The keys were still in. Engine purring. The moment I hit the seat, I slammed the lock button. Come on. I reached over and opened the passenger door. Wolf scrambled in, whimpering, and collapsed on the seat. The thing hit the hood hard. Its body cracked the windshield, claws slamming against the glass. I could see its face now, eyeless, wet. It crawled halfway up the roof, thudding as it went. I slammed it into reverse and hit the gas. The cruiser peeled backward, tires splitting mud and gravel. The creature slipped off the roof and rolled to the ground in front of the porch, and I shifted into drive. And then I floored it. The car roared forward, and just as the thing started to rise, we hit it head on.
It rolled over the roof with a deep thump, then vanished behind us in the side mirror. I didn't stop, didn't look back. The road was a blur of trees and mud. Branches slapped the windshield. The car fishtailed on a tight curve, but I held steady. Wolf was panting beside me, bleeding on the seat, his eyes locked on the road ahead. The rain finally started to break. The sky lightened just a little. Not dawn, but less dark. I didn't speak. I just drove. And behind us, somewhere deep in those woods, something screamed. Not like a person, not like any animal I'd ever heard. Just one long, violent wail that rose and broke apart in the trees. We drove straight to the nearest sheriff's station. Took almost an hour. I was soaked, bleeding, half in shock. Wolf was curled up, silent the whole way. When we got there, I told them everything. Well, almost everything. They asked about the cruiser, the blood, the missing deputy. I gave them what I could. They looked at me like I was nuts, but they still sent 3 cars out to that cabin. They found the house, the broken window, the claw marks on the door. They even found drag marks near the porch. But they didn't find the cop's body. Not a single trace of him. They questioned me for hours, and then they just let me go. Told me to stay close and call if I remembered anything. I didn't. I didn't go back to the cabin. I never will. But I think about it sometimes. About that night. About whatever that was out there in the storm. And about Wolf. He's still here. He's older now. Still limps sometimes. But he sleeps beside my bed. And whenever thunder rolls in, he gets up, faces the window, and looks out into the storm like he's waiting for something.